In fact, our technical team, please help me with this. Can we be upstanding? Just let's rise up. Stand up, please. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Technical team, please give me my track. Just be upstanding. Hey, DJ, come on. You're failing us. So I need you to move around, say hi to at least 5 people, get their contacts if they have business cards. That person you saw and you've been eyeing and want to connect with, please, I need you to take advantage now. Tell them good morning, tell them comment ça va, tell them how are you. Let's go, come on. Say hi, move, 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 move. Move around, move around. Move around. Comment ça va? Say hi. Move around, move around, move around. Come on, move around, move around, move around. Say hi. You can dance as you do it. Say hello, say hello, say hello. 30 seconds to go. Thirty seconds to go. Come on, 30 seconds to go. Hi. All right, all right, all right. DJ, pull up. Pull up, DJ. Pull up, DJ. Pull up, DJ. All right, let's now take our seats. Let's take our seats now. Let's take our seats. Hello. Well done, well done, well done, well done. Well done. I hope you have exchanged business cards. I hope you have exchanged numbers. What is a forum? What is a summit without networking? Wonderful. And now let's take our seats. We will do this again in case you didn't manage to say hi to that person you wanted to say hi to. All right, let's take our seats. Jean-Pierre, please sit down. Aline, I can see you. Wonderful. I'd like to request that if you need any help with translation, either English or French, please raise your hand up. The ushers will support you with the simultaneous translation devices. My French, c'est malade. C'est comme ci, comme ça. So if you need any help, we have simultaneous translation. English is channel 1. French is channel 2. If you need any help, please raise your hand up. The ushers will bring you the translation device. I can see a hand at the back. I can also see several hands at this front seat. Please keep your hands up. Ushers, please, let's rush. Because I don't want us to miss the next items I'm about to say. Hano Imbere, please, let's bring the devices here in front. Here. There's another table here. Please keep your hands up so that they can be able to see you properly and give you the devices. Can we support the ushers, please, so that we can do this real fast? Okay, it's not a punishment. You can put your hands down. It's the only chance I have to punish the HR. I think the usher is only one. Can we support them? Here, Hanoimber, here at the front, please. Here and over here. There's several hands over there. Over here, in front. Please bring in front here, please, over here. And the lady behind there, the middle. Over there, yeah. I see you. Please bring here at the front. And there. There, excuse me. Asha, there. Please remember, English is channel 1, French is channel 2. Also, if you need to connect with your loved ones through your mobile devices, there is free Wi-Fi. It's KCC, it's open. As we update our apps, please let's also connect with our families, friends, and also tweet what we'll be getting out of here. So if you're seeing me for the first time and hearing this voice for the first time, my name as always is Eugene Anangwe. And I'm happy that I'll be your Masters of Ceremony for this day. And I'll be able to support in threading the program and ensuring that we're having a very, very good discourse at this particular forum. And in fact, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the organizers, the sponsors. I would like us to give them a round of applause because we are finally here. It's been the long-awaited Africa Human Resource Summit. It's finally taking place right here, right now. And I also see a full room. And my question is, are your staff happy that you're not at work? Are they celebrating? Or are they feeling, we miss our HR? It's a question to ponder about as we discuss the issues that affect the HR space, as we talk about how we can align the human resource strategy and practice, of course, to the African Union Agenda 2063. I want us to get down to our program. Of course, there are a few changes, and we want to sincerely apologize for the delay in starting. Our guest of honor will be joining us slightly later on because of other very, very pressing commitments that have just come up. And therefore, we will be able to try and move a few things up. And once the guest of honor arrives, we'll come back to the opening remarks in that particular order in terms of the keynote speech. So at this particular juncture, I would like us to be able to get the official welcoming remarks by the chairman of the RHRMO. I want us to put our hands together for Stephen Karangwa. Let's appreciate him as he comes to give us the opening remarks. Until he gets here, energy, please. Let's give him a round of applause until he gets here, please.
Mwaramutse. Good morning. Good morning. One Africa. One Africa. One Africa. Thank you so much. I'm Stephen Karangwa, as the MC says. But before proceeding with my remark, I'm requesting we take 1 minute to remember our fellow HR, the presidents of HR Association of Burkina Faso, who passed away within the last 3 weeks. I may request we stand up and remember him. Thank you. Concurrently, I may still request to stand again for a compassionate action to be with Dr. Grama Malakaza from Ghana. He's a delegate from Ghana. He was supposed to be with us in this summit, but when arrived here, his father passed away and go back home. So I may request kindly another minute for that compassionate action. Thank you. May take a seat. Mr. President, Africa Human Resource Confederation, Mr. Raj, Vice President, Africa Human Resource Confederation, Mr. Shegun, the representative of Africa Union, the president of Human Resource Association here in the room, fellow HR executive, HR directors, dear CEOs from different organizations, different companies, good morning. Good morning. This is a great opportunity to welcome you all for this first edition of the Africa Human Resource Summit. As you are seeing me here, I'm supposed to address my opening remarks whenever our Minister of Public Service and Labor reaching this room. But in the meantime, I just want you to welcome you all, even if I can take another single minute to make the same. But before proceeding with our sessions, was just to welcome you all and feel home. As we said yesterday, Rwanda is a country of 1,000 hills. We are here to confirm with you whether you've seen those beautiful hills. Okay? And then I just want to recognize the delegations from different nations. Maybe the other kind of remarks will come when our chief guest arrived in this room. Allow me to welcome a delegation from Uganda. You may get up and we recognize you. Thank you. Allow me to recognize a delegate or delegates from Ivory Coast. Thank you. Allow me to recognize the delegate from Egypt. Let's recognize delegation from Kenya. Thank you for your coming. Allow me to recognize the delegate from Lesotho. Let's recognize delegates from Liberia. Let's recognize delegation from Nigeria. You're most welcome, and thank you to join us. Allow me to recognize the delegation from Malawi. Let's recognize the delegation from South Africa. Let's recognize the delegation from Tanzania. Let's recognize the delegation from Zambia. We recognize delegation from Zimbabwe. Let's recognize delegation from Ghana. If there is any countries not mentioned, protocol will help and we recognize them. Yes, let's recognize delegation from Senegal. And then the host can be recognized highly. Delegation from Rwanda, please stand up. Thank you. As I said, I may be able to take another opportunity to do my opening remarks whenever our minister reaching this room. Within a few hours will join us. So let me stop by here, then I may wish you a good sessions and interactions. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Chairman one more time. You know, sometimes we know when someone calls you Chairman what they want. But you're the true chairman. Thank you so much, Chair, for those welcoming remarks. I know I'll bring you back once our guest of honor comes. I want us now to get down to making sense of our first presentation, which will be able to answer a few questions, but also go broadly onto Africa's Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, and how the HR fraternity can be able to support in achieving these key pillars. And to help us start off or give us this presentation, I'd like us to put our hands together for the head of division, AHR MD at the African Union, and that is Nisem Bezoia. Let's appreciate Nisem as she comes. Energy for her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
It's okay, because I have here. Okay. So, good morning. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and valued partners. All my, you have to be really, how can I say, because I speak French, English at the same time, so you have to be patient and understand my French-English speaking. So it is both a privilege and an honor to address this esteemed gathering. Today, we converge to explore the alignment of human resources strategies with two pivotal frameworks that define our aspirations for the continent: the African Union Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Together, they form a compass guiding us toward the Africa we want. Human resources, the people behind our institutions, are at the very heart of this transformation. As we envision a future of sustainable development, inclusive growth, and innovation, we must recognize that it is our collective talents, skills, and values that will drive this vision forward. The African Union has a rich history rooted in unity, liberation, and self-determination. Originally established as the Organization of African Unity in 1963, it was the beacon of hope for newly independent African states. With 32 founding members, the African Unity sought to eradicate colonialism, defend sovereignty, and foster solidarity among African nations. As Africa challenges evolved, so too did these institutions. The transformation from the Africa Unity to the African Union in 2002 was marked by the Third Declaration of 1999 in Libya. This was not just a structural shift, but a philosophical one, as the African Union expanded its mandate to encompass economic integration, social development, and proactive peacekeeping. To truly understand the role of the African Union, we must first recognize its missions and core initiatives. The African Union is not just a political institution. It is a unifying force committed to strengthening solidarity between African unions and their people. Its scope extends far beyond politics, encompassing economic and social integration, peace building, and sustainable development. For example, the African Union has adopted a proactive approach to peace and security, moving from a policy of non-interference under the African Union to one of conflict prevention, management, and resolution. Initiatives like the African Continental Free Trade Area, or AFTA, represent our commitment to economic integration, fostering growth and competitiveness on a continental scale. At the heart of this effort is Agenda 2063, a strategic vision for Africa's future that focuses on creating a prosperous and unified continent anchored in sustainable and globally inclusive growth. Agenda 2063 is more than just a document. It is a call to action conceived by African leaders. This 50-year framework incapacitates our collective vision for a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated continent. Rooted in the ideals of Pan-Africanism, Agenda 2063 outlines 7 aspirations, each aligned with the dreams of African citizens. From inclusive growth and sustainable development to good governance, peace, and security, the agenda seeks to address the multidimensional challenges of our time. It emphasizes the Africa driven by its people, especially its youth and women, and aspires the position to the continent as a global player and a partner. These aspirations are not abstract goals, but tangible commitments to the future of our continent. So Agenda 2063 is rooted in seven core aspirations, which serve as the foundation of our collective vision for the Africa we want. The first aspiration, a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. The second aspiration, an integrated continent, politically united and driven by the ideals of Pan-Africanism. The third aspiration, an Africa of good governance, democracy, and respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. The fourth aspiration, a peaceful and secure Africa where conflicts are resolved and stability is the norm. The fifth aspiration, an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, and shared values. The sixth aspiration, in Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential of women, youth, and children. The seventh aspiration, an Africa that is a strong, united, and influential global player partner. These aspirations guide our actions, ensuring that every initiative contributes to a more united, prosperous, and equitable continent. To implement such an ambitious agenda, the African Union relies on a robust institutional framework composed of key bodies with distinct but complementary roles. We can mention, as an example, the African Union Commission serves as the executive body implementing African Union decisions and policies across portfolios like peace, security, political affairs, and trade. The second body that we are going to mention is the Pan-African Parliament, represents the people of Africa, fostering democracy and human rights through consultative functions. The third body is the Court of Justice and the African Court on Human and People's Rights, work to uphold justice and human rights across the continent. Initiatives like the Africa CDC strengthen collaboration to address public health challenges, while the African Medicines Agency harmonizes medicine regulations, improving access to quality health products. Furthermore, the AFCFTA Secretariat underscores the African focus economic integration, creating a single market for goods and services. Institutions like the African Peer Review Mechanism promote good governance, while the African Economic, Social, and Cultural Council ensures a civil dialogue and participation in the African Union policymaking. These bodies are instrumental in implementing Agenda 2063, each addressing critical aspects of Africa's development journey. Africa's transformation cannot be achieved by governments alone. The private sector has emerged as a critical partner in driving innovation, creating jobs, and fostering sustainable development. Agenda 2063 explicitly recognized this role, calling for a robust public-private partnerships to build infrastructure, address digital transformation, and tackle youth unemployment. Through strategic alignments, we are creating an ecosystem where both public and private entities contribute to shared goals. Initiatives like the AFCFTA or the African Continental Free Trade Area exemplify how the private can drive economic integration. Together, we must leverage these synergies to ensure that no segment of society is left behind. As we align our actions with Agenda 2063 and the SDGs goals, a fundamental shift in HR strategies is required. Traditional HR practices focused on administration and compliance are no longer sufficient. We must reimagine HR as a strategic driver for transformation. There is no presentation? Sorry. Voilà, sorry. This paradigm shift includes digitalizing HR systems to enhance efficiency, embedding organizational culture at the heart of strategy, and prioritizing leadership development across all levels. We aim to align HR practices with the broader development goals, ensuring that our workforce is equipped to address Africa's most pressing challenges. By focusing on skills, governance, and innovation, HR becomes the engine powering sustainable growth. The African Union Academy is our flagship initiative for capacity building. Its vision is to become the first Pan-African e-learning platform. Its mission extends beyond training. It seeks to empower African Union talents, member states, and African citizens with knowledge and skills that are directly aligned with the Agenda 2063. Through a comprehensive digital platform, the Academy offers a curricula that address emerging issues such as digital transformation, sustainable development, and public management. This is not about bridging skill gaps. It's about preparing our workforce for the challenges and opportunities of a digital, interconnected Africa. Human capital is the backbone of Agenda 2063, and Africa's diaspora plays a vital role in this vision. As our other flagship project, the African Union Talent Symposium serves as a bridge connecting the diaspora's wealth of skills, knowledge, and resources with the continent's strategic needs. We organize it once a year in major cities like Paris, and New York. By turning brain drain into brain gain, this initiative fosters collaboration and innovation. The symposium provides platform for partnering with private sector, networking, investment, and cultural immersion, enabling diaspora members to contribute meaningfully to Africa's growth. This initiative highlights the power of collaboration, emphasizing that Africa's transformation is a global effort. So, in conclusion, the path to realizing the Africa we want demands commitment, innovation, and collective actions. As HR professionals, policymakers, and leaders, we hold the responsibility of aligning our strategies with transformative goals. Through investment in capacity building tools like the African Union Academy and robust public-private partnerships, we can create a skilled, empowered workforce that will drive sustainable development. Together, let us build an Africa that is united, prosperous, and a force on the global stage. Thank you, and I look forward to our shared journey toward this vision. Thank you.
Let's give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well delivered. And they say failing to plan is what? Planning to fail. And I believe that as a continent, we have refused to go that route of failing to plan. And so there's a great plan under Agenda 2063. Very great plans indeed and aspirations. But our key questions that we must ensure we answer before we leave this summit here in Rwanda is how do we move from aspirations to actions? What will we need to do so that we can walk the talk? I know some of us say 2063 is too far. Some of you are like, I won't even be there. Why should I bother? We must bother. We must think about it. And if we do, all of you in this room, you have a space in heaven. And when you get there and Angel Gabriel is saying, no, you're not, your name is not in the list, say, Anangwe said it is. Because we worked for the future generations. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for that. We will now take a very short break, just to be able to energize ourselves, get some coffee, because the next sessions coming after this coffee break will require your attention, because we'll now get into panel discussions and ask the tough questions, have some real good conversations on where do we go from here, because we know where the problems are and we must fix them. So I want to wish you bon appetit as you take the coffee, but it's just a 15 minutes break. So please grab your coffee and get back in the room so that the ushers are not struggling to get you back in, okay? So I'll see you on the other side of the break. Enjoy your coffee break.
Registration is open from November 15th to December 5th, 2024. To register or learn more, visit www.peoplemattersrwanda.rw. Email peoplematters@gmail or call 0788 323 565. Join us on Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 7 p.m. for the award ceremony at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Kigali. Don't miss this opportunity to celebrate excellence in the workplace.
CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipm.nigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to soft membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take these important steps today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value to people.
For the first time in Rwanda, companies that have prioritized their employees' well-being will be celebrated at the People Matters Award 2024. Organized by People Matters Kigali, Rwanda, these awards honor outstanding HR practices and initiatives that have positively impacted employees throughout 2024. Company leaders and HR managers, this is your chance to showcase your achievements. Registration is open from November 15th to December 5th, 2024. To register or learn more, visit www.peoplemattersrwanda.rw. Email peoplematters@gmail or call 0788 323 565. Join us on Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 7 p.m. for the award ceremony at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Kigali. Don't miss this opportunity to celebrate excellence in the workplace.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipmnigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to such membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take these important steps today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value through people.
For the first time in Rwanda, companies that have prioritized their employees' well-being will be celebrated at the People Matters Award 2024. Organized by People Matters Kigali, Rwanda, these awards honor outstanding HR practices and initiatives that have positively impacted employees throughout 2024. Company leaders and HR managers, this is your chance to showcase your achievements. Registration is open from November 15th to December 5th, 2024. To register or learn more, visit www.peoplemattersrwanda.rw. Email peoplematters@gmail or call 0788 323 565. Join us on Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 7 p.m. for the award ceremony at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Kigali. Don't miss this opportunity to celebrate excellence in the workplace.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipm.nigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join the CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to soft membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take this important step today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value through people.
For the first time in Rwanda, companies that have prioritized their employees' well-being will be celebrated at the People Matters Award 2024. Organized by People Matters Kigali, Rwanda, these awards honor outstanding HR practices and initiatives that have positively impacted employees throughout 2024. Company leaders and HR managers, this is your chance to showcase your achievements. Registration is open from November 15th to December 5th, 2024. To register or learn more, visit www.peoplemattersrwanda.rw, email peoplematters@gmail or call 0788 323 565. Join us on Friday, December 20th, 2024 at 7 p.m. for the award ceremony at the 4 Points by Sheraton Hotel in Kigali. Don't miss this opportunity to celebrate excellence in the workplace.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com. Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
Sanlam. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 1
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
What is Africa? Is it the wildlife, the beautiful coasts, thriving cities? It is more than that. It is the people. Our 55 countries have many things in common. Our cultures bind us together. They give us strength and identity. They make us proud. By sharing our knowledge and working together, we're building a new Africa that's driven by investments, by game-changing infrastructure projects, and using transformative technology to change the way we live, work, and conduct business. Using our largest natural resource, our vast arable land, we are making advances in agriculture, developing new industries, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. Together, we are moving forward on economic integration. By consolidating Africa's significant internal market to foster trade within the continent and with the world, Africa is open for business. We are building the Africa we want. So, what is the continent of the future? The answer is Africa.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
What is Africa? Is it the wildlife, the beautiful coasts, thriving cities? It is more than that. It is the people. Our 55 countries have many things in common. Our cultures bind us together. They give us strength and identity. They make us proud. By sharing our knowledge and working together, we're building a new Africa that's driven by investments, by game-changing infrastructure projects, and using transformative technology to change the way we live, work, and conduct business. Using our largest natural resource, our vast arable land, we are making advances in agriculture, developing new industries, creating jobs and improving livelihoods. Together, we are moving forward on economic integration. By consolidating Africa's significant internal market to foster trade within the continent and with the world, Africa is open for business. We are building the Africa we want. So, what is the continent of the future? The answer is Africa.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
What is Africa? Is it the wildlife, the beautiful coasts, thriving cities? It is more than that. It is the people. Our 55 countries have many things in common. Our cultures bind us together. They give us strength and identity. They make us proud. By sharing our knowledge and working together, we're building a new Africa that's driven by investments, by game-changing infrastructure projects, and using transformative technology to change the way we live, work, and conduct business. Using our largest natural resource, our vast arable land, we are making advances in agriculture, developing new industries, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods. Together, we are moving forward on economic integration. By consolidating Africa's significant internal market to foster trade within the continent and with the world, Africa is open for business. We are building the Africa we want. So, what is the continent of the future? The answer is Africa.
All right, may I request that we take our seats? The Honorable Minister is within the vicinity. Any moment from now, she'll be walking in the room. I'd like to call the room to order so that we can all take our seats. All right. May we settle in and give a round of applause to our guest of honor. She's walking in right now. Can you please appreciate her as she joins us for this amazing event, amazing summit, the Honorable Minister for Public Service and Labor of the Great Republic of Rwanda. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for making the time and for joining us for this very, very significant summit and discourse. Wonderful. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for making the time. And I must say that I'm being treated so well as an employee. My rights are being respected. I had to say that. Thank you so much. And it's a very important summit, of course, trying to look at the best ways we can be able to align the human resource practice to achieving Agenda 2063. But even as we speak about Agenda 2063, we also try to see how we can make it better for Agenda Now, even as we wait for 2063. And so I want us now to be able to hear the opening remarks that will be able to set the tone for the next items on the agenda today. And I would like us to now welcome the chairman of the RHRMO, Stephen Karangwa, to officially now give the opening remarks on behalf of RHRMO Chair. Let's appreciate you. Can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes to give the official opening remarks.
Good morning once again. Ngaramutse. Thank you. Honorable Minister, Public Service and Labor, President, Africa Human Resource Confederation, Vice President, Africa Human Resource Confederation, Representative of Africa Union, Representative IFDP, President of the HR associations here in the room, CEOs here, directors, different delegates for the HR profession and the practitioner, good morning. One Africa, one Africa, one Africa. Thank you. Allow me to welcome you all once again, but importantly, welcoming and thanking Madam Minister from Ministry of Public Service and Labor. Please, let's giving her a close round for her presence to join us for this Africa HR Summit Edition 1, which is taking place here in Kigali, Rwanda. Rwanda have been well chosen to host this event after a long journey to take the Africa HR professionals sound from different challenges, and we have been unified to have one voice as one Africa, one HR. Honorable Minister, on behalf of Rwanda Human Resource Management Organization, it is with a great honor and excitement that I welcome you all to the inauguration of the Africa Human Resource Summit Edition 1. This historical gathering makes a significant milestone in our collective journey to elevate the HR professional across of Africa continent. Our nation have witnessed a remarkable transformation in recent years, driven by a commitment to the excellence, innovations, and people-centric development. The HR function has played a pivotal role in this journey we are saying, and we believe that the summit will further catalyze the growth and impact of human resource professionals across the Africa continent. Honorable Minister, in today's rapid evolving world, the human capital is the most valuable asset of any organization. It is in the engine that drives the innovation, productivity, and sustainable growth. As human professionals, we have the privilege and the responsibility to unlock the full potential of our workforce. The theme of this summit is aligning the human resource strategy and the practices to the African Union Agenda 2063 and SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Is a both timely and critical agenda. 2063 and Sustainable Development Goals present a broad vision for the prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable of Africa. I would like to take the moment to recognize the presence of our esteemed guests and delegation from various countries for their participation. And you, Honorable Minister, to join us, it's another added value because we are sure Rwanda HR professionals and their friends, they are in good hands and they are fully supported. I would like to recognize the different delegations from different countries. If you allow me, we have been recognized them, but I wish to retake a same exercise so that you may know the audience that we are having in this room. Allow me to recognize the delegation from South Africa. If they may take a bit up and the audience can recognize them once again, there's no cost. South Africa delegation. Thank you. Let's recognize the delegation from Tanzania. Thank you. We are together with a delegation. We are with a delegation from Egypt. Allow me to recognize the delegation from Ghana. We recognize the delegation from Kenya. We are with a delegation from Lesotho. We have in our room a delegation from Liberia. We are with a delegation from Senegal. We are with a delegation from Tunisia. Honorable Minister, this is a team of delegation that we are hosting in this room, and I'm sure time to time, any kind of delegation may join us because some of them, they are still coming for the summit due to some circumstances do not reaching to this summit timely. As I said, we only have a word of giving some thanks to the delegation from across of Africa, but also the partners who have been joining us to make this summit to happen. There is a long list of partners who have been supported to make it, but importantly, the Ministry of Public Service and Labor have been supported a lot in terms of technical, in terms of advice, in terms of international relations, so that the different corners of Africa may attend this important summit. Allow me to thank you once again, and without taking you a lot, I may stop by here and wishing you a good and constructive sessions within this room. Thank you once again. One Africa? One Africa? One Africa? Murakoze.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the welcome remarks and for recognizing those in the room. Of course, Minister, Honorable Minister, you can tell that the room is full of the right people. And definitely Africa is here. And I know that the conversations that we're going to have are going to be very inclusive, and we're going to have real discourse on the issues we need to address as far as the HR profession is concerned. The president of the Africa Human Resource Confederation is also in the house, and I'd like us to welcome the president as he comes to give us the remarks. Let's put our hands together for Raj Sepasad. Let's appreciate him until he gets here, please. Energy.
Since we have the Minister of Labor, Rwandan Minister, Honorable Minister of Labor, who happens to be a female, and it's obviously the Minister of Labor, Employment and Labor in South Africa is also a female, who unfortunately could not attend. Nonetheless, with a majority of women in this audience, I want to then say the South African theme of Women's Day, which we have as a public holiday on the 9th of August each year. And I would say that in South Africa we say, Watinta abafazi, watinti mbogoto. Basically it means that when you strike a woman, you strike a rock. When you empower the woman, you empower the nation. One HR, one Africa. The program director, the Honorable Minister of Labor, the chairman of the Rwandan Management HR Organization, Vice President of the African HR Confederation, the President of the CIPM Nigeria, the representative of the African Union Commission, all protocol observed. Good morning, distinguished guests, presidents of HR associations, esteemed delegates, and friends of the African Human Resources Confederation. It is with immense pride and gratitude that I welcome you all to the inaugural African HR Summit hosted by the Rwandan HR Management Organization in this beautiful city of Kigali, Rwanda. Today marks a historic milestone for the African Human Resources Confederation, ARIC, as we gather under the banner of One Africa, One HR. This theme embodies our collective vision to unify our continent from a human resources and people management perspective. It is a vision that transcends borders, celebrates diversity, and underscores the shared values that bind us as HR practitioners. Values of inclusion, empowerment, and the pursuit of excellence in people management. As the only official HR body in Africa affiliated with the prestigious World Federation of People Management Associations, ARIC stands as a beacon of collaboration and innovation. Our mission is clear: to bring together the expertise, passion, and commitment of HR professionals across Africa to create a thriving ecosystem that empowers individuals, strengthens organizations, and drives sustainable development. So, the summit is a testament to this mission, with an extraordinary lineup of speakers, both in person and virtually. With thought-provoking debates and dynamic panel discussions, we have created a platform designed to inspire, educate, and connect. It is my hope that each of you will seize this opportunity to expand your horizons, forge meaningful connections, and leave with tools, strategies, and insights that will transform your organizations and communities at large. The African HR Summit is not just an event, it is a call to action. It is a call for HR practitioners to step into their rightful role as strategic business partners, to bring measurable value to their organizations, and to claim their place at the executive table. The era of HR as a transactional function, administrative function, is behind us. Today, HR is the engine of transformation, driving culture, innovation, and sustainable growth. As we embark on this journey together, let us embrace the immense potential of our continent. Let us remember that the strength of Africa lies in its people, our people. By investing in our human resources capital, human capital, we unlock the boundless possibilities that will shape the future of Africa. Africa must not be seen as the dark continent. In fact, Africa is the brightest of the bright. I extend my deepest appreciation to the Rwandan HR Management Organization for their exemplary efforts in hosting this summit, and to our sponsors for their invaluable support. This event would not have been possible without your dedication and collaboration. Over the next few days, I encourage you to immerse yourself in the discussions, share your experiences, and build lasting memories of this summit. Take the knowledge and inspiration you gain here back to your respective organizations and countries. Use it to empower yourself, your teams, and the people you serve. As we look ahead, let us commit to strengthening our collective resolve to unite Africa through HR excellence. Together, we will chart a path towards a brighter future for our continent of Africa. Before I close, I would like to just steal a quote from a book that's called Fearless HR Driving Business Results. It's written by David C. Foreman. And I quote, "Fearless HR is about HR purpose and identity going forward. It is about driving business results. It is about improving the competitive position of the company and its bottom line. It is about being a business leader, not a permanent head or a passive participant at a table full of unequals. It is about leveraging the talent of organization to improve performance and productivity. And it is about being fearless, bold, and willing to take risks for the business to be successful," unquote. Last night we had a discussion, and talking to the to listen from the African Union Commission, and she equally agreed. This is one Africa, not French-speaking or English-speaking. It's one Africa. And we also had the debate that HR needs to be very fearless. We are not HR if we allow organizations, our bosses, to dictate to us what is right and wrong. So if you are not willing to stand up and be counted, then you shouldn't be in HR. I wish you a productive and enriching summit, a memorable stay in Kigali, and a safe journey back home to your families and colleagues. Let us look forward to announcing the next host country at the end of the summit as we continue this extraordinary journey of one Africa, one HR. I thank you.
That energy deserves another better round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for those very important remarks. The strength of Africa lies in its people. If you are lacking a tweet or an X to post, there it is. All right. It is now time for us to hear from the representative of the AFDIP. Can we put our hands together for Mbaye Ibrahim? We can give him another round of applause, please, until he gets here. Karibu.
Bonjour à tous. Madame le ministre du Travail et de la fonction publique, Monsieur le Président de l'Association des DRH du Rwanda, Monsieur le Président de la CAR, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers invités, en vos grades, rangs et qualités. Nous souhaitons vous remercier d'emblée d'avoir bien voulu inviter l'AFDIP, l'Association africaine des formateurs et directeurs du personnel, association faîtière spécialisée dans les ressources humaines. Vous imaginez sans doute la joie qu'éprouve le bureau de l'AFDIP, celle de tous les membres, celle aussi de toute une corporation qui, de toute façon, se voit ainsi honorée par l'une des prestigieuses associations d'Afrique. Je veux nommer l'association RH du Rwanda, l'association du pays des 1000 collines. C'est pourquoi nous donnons à cet African Summit, la première édition, son plein sens. Un sens d'ailleurs en parfaite adéquation avec notre objectif ultime, c'est-à-dire la contribution à la promotion de l'homme, à son accroissement et à son efficacité. Cela est aisé pour notre organisation, puisqu'elle regroupe en son sein des professionnels qui ont pour mission professionnelle d'élaborer une politique et une stratégie de gestion destinée, entre autres objectifs, à accroître l'efficacité humaine de l'entreprise, qui partagent une même passion, celle de promouvoir une nouvelle vision du développement et la gestion des ressources humaines, replacer l'homme au centre de l'entreprise, tout en veillant à faire converger objectifs économiques et finalités humaines. C'est à travers l'homme qui est sa matière vivante que l'entreprise accomplit ses missions, crée de la richesse, met en œuvre des techniques, contribue à élever le niveau d'organisation de la société. Il est donc une prescription pour notre organisation, celle d'enclencher une vision sur les thèmes par rapport auxquels elle est interpellée. La question, aligner la stratégie des RH à la stratégie de l'entreprise et les implications pour l'agenda 2063, a fait l'objet de plusieurs débats dans des journées et autres manifestations de réflexion. D'autres organisations y ont également porté assez souvent leur regard. Elles demeurent toujours actuelles. Force est de constater qu'il faut sans doute changer d'approche, Le continent est riche en diversité ethnique et linguistique, comptant près de 2000 langues et 1 million d'ethnies. Malgré une croissance économique récente, l'Afrique fait face à de tels défis que le chômage et le développement économique. Pour rappel, l'Association africaine des formateurs et directeurs du personnel est une organisation à but non lucratif basée à Casablanca, spécialisée dans les ressources humaines. Elle a été fondée en 1981 et regroupe des professionnels des ressources humaines de plusieurs pays africains et organise régulièrement des événements tels que les journées africaines des ressources humaines. Ces journées, d'ailleurs, vont se tenir à partir de demain, les vendredis et samedis prochains au Maroc. L'agenda 2063 est un cadre stratégique que l'Union africaine vise à transformer le continent en une puissance moderne d'ici 2063. Notre organisation est fortement convaincue de la nécessité de réduire les distances. Les pays africains sont à la recherche de questions et de qualifications et surtout de compétences de plus en plus élevées. Ceci afin de répondre à leurs besoins en termes de compétitivité et de flexibilité. Ils réfléchissent sur une stratégie positive de renforcement du capital humain par la formation en développant toujours plus leurs qualifications et compétences. Dans les économies aujourd'hui dites fondées sur le savoir, l'agenda 63 doit avoir pour objectif essentiel la transformation rapide des connaissances générales en nouveaux produits commercialisables, mais aussi de fournir des cadres et employés toujours plus qualifiés et compétents, capables de s'adapter à l'univers instable de nos entreprises. Le tissu d'entreprise de nos pays, comme vous le savez, sont très majoritairement conçus de petites entreprises en général, peu ouvertes au reste du monde. Comment les ressources humaines peuvent-elles contribuer à l'alignement de 2063 ? Quels sont les principaux défauts pour les ressources humaines dans la mise en œuvre de cet agenda? Les ressources humaines peuvent-elles jouer un rôle clé dans l'alignement de l'agenda 2063 en Afrique à travers plusieurs initiatives? Quelles sont les meilleures pratiques pour renforcer les capacités humaines dans le cadre de l'agenda 2063? Quels sont les avantages d'une approche holistique et coordonnée par les ressources humaines dans l'agenda 2063? Comment faire les initiatives de développement régional influent-elles sur les trajets RH? Quelles sont les meilleures pratiques pour sensibiliser les employés aux initiatives de développement régional? Et enfin, quels outils de communication sont les plus efficaces pour construire et sensibiliser les employés aux initiatives de développement régional? Il met l'accent autant de questions qui se posent à l'Afrique. Les différents panélistes et invités ici présents à cet African Summit apporteront sans doute les réponses appropriées. L'accent est mis sur la synergie entre ces secteurs pour un développement durable du capital humain, en promouvant ainsi des initiatives communes et le partage d'expériences. Ces interactions renforcent les liens et facilitent l'adoption de stratégies RH efficaces à travers le continent. Comment nos organisations facilitent-elles les partenariats entre les pratiques dans nos entreprises publiques comme privées en matière de RH dans le cadre de sa participation à cet agenda? Mesdames et messieurs, ce sont là quelques pistes de réflexion pour mobiliser l'Afrique autour de la réussite de l'agenda 2063 qui se profile à l'horizon. De multiples autres pistes et voies existent. Celles qui seront encore identifiées pourront sûrement donner lieu à des échanges intéressants si toutefois elles insistent sur des démarches et d'orientation adéquates. C'est à ce titre que nos pays, notamment le pays des Mille Collines, que je viens de découvrir pour la première fois, c'est avec beaucoup de plaisir que nous participons à cet African Summit. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Applaudissez s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup pour vos importantes remarques. I've tried, eh? Thank you. After that, numéro composé. I want us now to hear from the representative of the African Union. And we'll be able to get these remarks from the head of division, AHRMD. Let's put our hands together for Nassem Bazoua. Let's appreciate her as she comes one more time to give us her remarks from the African Union perspective. A round of applause, please, for her one more time.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. Good morning, distinguished participants, esteemed speakers, and valued partners. It is a privilege to stand before you today, representing the African Union at this esteemed African Human Resource Summit. As presented by the colleagues, I am Nissem Bezaouia. I am the head of Administration and Human Resource Management Division in the African Union and in the AFCFTA Secretariat, the continental autonomous organ of the African Union that aim at creating a single market for goods and services across Africa and promoting continental economic integration. On behalf of the Union, I extend our gratitude to the African Human Resource Confederation and the Rwanda Human Resources Management Organization for convening this vital forum. The theme of this year's summit, focusing on the alignment between the African Union Agenda 2063 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, could not be more timely. As Africa journeys towards realizing the Africa we want, our shared commitment to transforming human resources across sectors is critical to driving inclusive growth, innovation, and sustainable development. The African Union has long recognized that our greatest asset lies in our people, our collective talent, creativity, and resilience. Through our 5-year HR strategy, we are transforming our human resource systems to be more aligned with the aspirations of Agenda 2063. This involves fostering accountability, embracing digital transformation, and cultivating a workforce capable of driving Africa's strategic ambitions across the continent and even beyond. As we gather today, let us remember that human resource management is not about systems and policies. It is about shaping lives, unlocking potential, and building institutions that can meet Africa's challenge and seize its opportunities. Whether in public service or international organization or even more, private sector, our shared vision requires us to work collaboratively, ensuring that no one is left behind in the march toward the progress. I am confident that the insights, the strategies, and the partnership forged during this summit will lay the groundwork for a future where Africa's force becomes a global example for excellence and innovation. Thank you for the opportunity to share these opening remarks. I look forward to the valuable discussions that will follow. Together, let us continue to build the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nisem. Thank you for the opening remarks. Let's appreciate her one more time. Yes, let's do it. Thank you. It is now time for us to hear from our guest of honor, who's going to give us the keynote address to try to understand where the human resource positioned itself from a government perspective and much more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the Minister of Public Service and Labor for the Republic of Rwanda, Ambassador Christine Ngurikiinga. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen, as she comes to deliver her remarks this morning.
Good to see you, Madam Secretary.
President of the African Union, of the African HR Confederation, Head of Division, Human Resource Management in the African Continental Free Trade Area, esteemed representatives of the African Union, honorable government officials, HR professionals, and industry leaders from all across Africa and beyond, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning, bonjour. I'm tempted to greet the women in the room. So I like to be in such gathering where women are at least 50% of the participants. It's an honor for me today to join you at the African Human Resource Premier Summit here in Kigali, under the very timely and significant theme, aligning human resources strategy and practices to African Union Agenda 2063. Allow me to first extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this summit for bringing us together to discuss such a vital issue, one that is at the core of Africa's future. I warmly welcome you, all participants, to Kigali, and I hope you find inspiration in our shared commitment to advancing Africa's development agenda, and I hope Kigali is treating well so far. Human resources are not just an organizational function. It is a strategic one. Allow me to share a story from South Africa. Mr. President, I told you that I'll be talking about South Africa, where an innovative HR initiative transformed the fortunes of a struggling mining company. Facing high employee turnover and frequent labor disputes, the company decided to launch a career development program for its workers. The HR team partnered with local educational institutions to offer employees training in new skills, such as digital tools for mining safety and leadership development. The results were remarkable. Disputes decreased by 50%, productivity increased significantly, and employees felt a renewed sense of purpose. More than that, workers who benefited from the program began mentoring their peers, creating a culture of growth and shared success. These initiatives didn't just solve immediate workplace issues, it set the foundation for long-term organizational resilience and employee empowerment. So echoing what the President, Mr. Sepasad, and the previous speakers said, this story is just one of among countless examples showcasing the transformative power of HR and the ability to turn challenges into opportunities, fostering environments where individuals can thrive and contribute to collective success. It reminds us of the responsibility we hold to design systems that value people not just as employees, but as key contributors to innovation, growth, and stability. I therefore have no doubt that you agree with me that human resources are the backbone of our aspirations as organizations, countries, and as continent. Agenda 2063 envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens. This vision is bold, ambitious, and achievable, but only if we recognize the critical role of our people, their skills, their knowledge, and their potential in driving this transformation. To realize this vision, our human resource strategies must be more than administrative tools. They must become transformative drivers. They must align with the strategic priorities of Agenda 2063, particularly in areas such as inclusive growth, industrialization, education, and skills development. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are making strides in many areas, we must also confront the challenges that threaten to hinder our progress. First, the skills gap and talent mismatch remain significant barriers to economic growth. Many of our emerging industries, particularly in ICT, renewable energies, automation and infrastructure, among others, are not matched by the skills of our workforce. This is a gap that HR professionals must urgently address by fostering collaboration between education system and employers, effective planning of skills development, and continued professional development. Second, youth unemployment is a pressing challenge. Africa is home to the youngest population in the world, yet we continue to see alarming unemployment rates among our youth, especially the NEETs. This is underutilization of the potential workforce and a risk to our demographic dividend. We must ensure that our HR strategies prioritize youth empowerment, employability training, and entrepreneurial support. Finally, technology is transforming the workforce, disrupting traditional models of employment. While this presents challenges, it also offers immense opportunities to innovate our HR practices. We must prepare our workforce for this transformation through reskilling and upskilling initiatives. Despite these challenges, I'm also optimistic about the opportunities before us. First, leveraging technology and innovation will be pivotal. Digital tools can revolutionize HR practices from recruitment to training and performance management. I encourage African HR leaders to adopt emerging technologies such as AI, artificial intelligence, and data-driven approaches to enhance decision-making and workforce planning. Second, we must focus on building resilient institutions. Policies that promote inclusivity, accountability, and talent retention will strengthen our organization and align them with national and continental goals. And third, collaborative partnerships are essential. Governments, private sector leaders, and development partners must come together to invest in capacity building programs that empower individuals and drive systemic change. As we gather here in Kigali, allow me to share Rwanda's experience. Our commitment to human capital development is deeply embedded in our second generation of the national strategy transformation. We have invested heavily in skills development, digital transformation, and gender equality, pillars that are central to Agenda 2063. Through the establishment of sector skills councils, which are private sector-led, we are enhancing the collaboration of all players in skills development through a triple helix model of private sector, government, and academia in order to align labor supply to the labor demand. Kigali is a testament to what can be achieved when we align strategy with vision. It is my hope that as hosts, we not only provide the space for these critical dialogue, but also serve as an example of what is possible when human resource development is prioritized. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as we engage in discussions throughout this summit, I urge you to align your strategies with the aspiration of Agenda 2063, ensuring that our HR practices reflect the needs and opportunities of Africa's workforce. Second, please invest in the next generation of African leaders, innovators, and professionals, equipping them with the skills they need to thrive in a rapidly changing world. Also collaborate across sectors and borders to create a united front to workforce development and shared prosperity. The task ahead is not an easy one, but it is a necessary one. Together, we can transform the HR strategies into powerful engines of progress, driving Africa toward a future of integration, prosperity, and peace for all. In closing, I wish to thank all participants for your dedication to this important cause. I urge you to make this summit a turning point in our shared journey toward aligning human resource strategies with the ambitions of our Agenda 2063. It is now my great pleasure to declare the African Human Resource Premier Summit in Kigali officially open. I wish you all fruitful deliberation and a productive and enjoyable time here in Kigali. Je vous souhaite un excellent séjour à Kigali et de très fructueuses discussions. Thank you. Merci.
Another hearty round of applause for the Honorable Minister, please. Thank you so much for the warm remarks, very powerful statements, very powerful message. We appreciate you so much for making the time to be here. One thing I'll tell our guests who are probably visiting Rwanda for the first time, or in case you just didn't know, part of our culture, I say our because I'm the newest Rwandan citizen you're watching right now. Part of our culture is we gift a lot. I'll tell you, we've gifted you a cow. Nguhainga. So we're about to gift right now to do what we do best in our culture here in Rwanda. And it's a sign of appreciation to all those who've played a key role in putting this summit together. And so I'll be able to read names and we'll be able to receive gifts in form of trophies. The team will support in helping us expedite this process smoothly. And I'll start off by a gift for the RHRMO chairman, which will be handed by the president of AHRC. Let's be able to get that gift, and I would like to call upon the chairman to come forward to receive the trophy that will be handed by the president of AHRC. Let's appreciate Chair and Presida. Please, let's support with that. Cameraman, help us. Which is the best side for the best photo? Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Right. Chair and President, please, by request, would like to request you to come on the stage up here. Come up here on the stage. President, please also join us on the stage. There are those who are saying, we did not see, we want to witness. Please go at the middle. Yes. Yeah, that better? Wonderful. A round of applause, please. Wonderful. I'd like to request the president to just remain for the next gift as we release Chair. Please, Chair, you can please leave the stage. We will now appreciate the representative of AFDIP, and that trophy will be handed over by the president of AHRC. Please, let's get that trophy. Would like to request Mbaye Ibrahim to come and receive this token of appreciation for the good work and support for the human resource fraternity. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. President will release you now, and we want to say thank you also very much. And now we will give a token appreciation to the African Union representative, and this appreciation will be delivered by the Honorable Minister of the Minister of Public Service and Labor. Let's appreciate the Honorable Minister as she comes to say thank you through this gift to NISEM. Please come and receive your token of appreciation. We'd like to request you to join us up here on stage. Can we appreciate them? Are we jealous? Thank you. Wonderful. Wonderful. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to request the guest of honor to please remain on stage. Please remain with us. We have something for you. And I want to request the President AHRC to join us on stage, please, to say thank you in the best way you know and you can to the Honorable Minister, who's our guest of honor. Please let us have the trophy for our guest of honor for today. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for creating the time and for showing us it is possible. Thank you so much. Appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, President. Thank you. And now we will do the group photo, which I would like to request the Honorable Minister to still be with us. Bear with us on this, please. And I would like to request the oh, yes. Raj, we forgot you. Sorry. Right. Which will be handed over by the guest of honor. Thank you so much. Wonderful. This is what we do best in Rwanda. We appreciate our guests. We appreciate everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'll request that you just stay with us as I request the members of the AHRC board to join us on stage. I also want to request the executive committee of the RHRMO to also join us. Please let us come up on stage for this group photo. And I would like to also request the Africa Planning Committee, please also come up. And all the heads of the international delegates who are here, please come up on stage for the group photo. In our language, we call it ifoto ry'urwibutso. We will remember this. Please come up. Don't be shy. Please come. Please come up. All presidents of HR associations in the room, please also join us. This photo must be taken. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Amashimenshi kugafotozi. It's so good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Good, good. Hey, Godwin.
You and this lady, Shamim.
Thank you so much for that smooth sailing, for that specific part of this amazing program for this summit. I want us now to get ready for a very significant presentation. It is a topic on the new competencies for CEO and human resources professionals to drive Agenda 2063 and SDGs. And the presenter for this particular session is none other than Rachel Dumba. She is the CEO Human Capital Management at Stedman Global. Let's appreciate Rachel as she comes to deliver this powerful presentation this morning. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you for your remarks. Good morning, or is it afternoon already? Thank you for the invitation to speak to you. I bring you greetings from Uganda. I'll be extremely brief because we are running behind schedule. I'll talk about the new competencies for CEOs and HR professionals. I have more than 24 years of experience in HR. I am a CEO now. I sit on the boards of Diageo in Uganda, on Sanlam Alliance in Uganda, and on Serena Hotels in 22 hotels in 7 countries. So I'm speaking as a professional, as a CEO, and as a board member. And I just wanted to put into context what the Honorable Minister talked about and highlight some of the key disruptions that we're seeing in Africa today. and just give an overview of where we are, the positive disruptions, which are the fintechs that she spoke to, mobile money revolution. Those from Kenya know about M-Pesa and what it's doing across Africa, and those from Uganda and that use MTN, Rwanda, Ghana, and the rest. Young and entrepreneurial population, the minister again alluded to it. Africa is the food basket of the world, but of course we have challenges when it comes to standards and failure to export food to Europe. We have growing blocs. We have the AU represented here. We have ESC, we have SADC, we have COMESA, and we have many. So we have advantages, things, very good things happening in Africa. But we then have the flip side. What are some of the challenges we're facing? Migration. I will not say all, majority of our youth want to cross the ocean to go to Europe, seeking greener pastures. And when they get there, they're put in asylum centers for 3 years, not able to work, and then have to be brought back home as, have to be deported back home. So migration concerns, and this is really due to unemployment that the minister spoke to, climate change. We have border challenges with trade and travel across Africa. My organization works in more than 15 countries in Africa, but when I'm traveling to Gambia from Uganda, it's easier for me to fly to Brussels and then from Brussels to Gambia. Because if I try to fly to Gambia, I will fly to Addis Ababa, then sit for 4 hours at the airport, then fly to Accra, sit for 2 hours, then fly to Lome, sit for 2 hours, from Lome to Freetown, sit for 2 hours, then Freetown to Banjul. I will travel for 22 hours from Kampala. And this is a flight that ideally should take me 8 hours. So we are disrupted in Africa because of our travel. And this particular instance, I got stuck in a country because I missed a flight, and my passport was stamped on 4 pages. And I asked the border control person, why? When all the Europeans are being made to pass, and he says, no, you're from an African country with challenges. But I said, you're African as well. Then he says, no, you might want to migrate to our country. And 4 pages were taken with different kinds of stamps, just for me to spend a night and catch a morning flight. Serious challenges we're facing. We are prone to being affected by outbreaks and miscommunication of the same. Last night, I met a relative of mine who was supposed to have attended a big conference in Rwanda, and he said it was canceled because of Marburg. And I say in inverted commas. When there's an issue or a slight miscommunication about Africa, Europe shuts down. In Uganda, I think there were 1 or 2 people who were seen with Mpox, and the news all over had Uganda has been ridden with Mpox. Workshops were cancelled. So we struggle as Africa, and we need to be united to be able to shield ourselves from this miscommunication. The other thing we struggle about are our informal economies, and I'll show you on my next slide where more than 89% of our employees are in informal employment. Over-reliance on donors and donor fatigue, I cannot overemphasize it, but we know that majority of our countries are relying on donors. And if African Union were to tell us how many of our countries have met their payment over the last 5 years, we will see it's the usual suspects: Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and then others pay in portions. So over-reliance on donors, and of course, the young population that we've talked about. So what does Africa look like now in terms of talent, just for me to set my pace? We have the youngest population in the world. The minister said it again, with 60% of our population being under 30. The average age of an African is 19.5 years. I dare not ask how many of us in here are under 25. We probably don't have many Gen Zs here, but it's 19.5 compared to 46 or 47 years old in countries such as Germany and Japan. What is this going to do to our talent? Our talent is going to be expected to go and work in Europe in the next coming years. Sub-Saharan Africa is expected to account for half of all the new entrants into the global workforce by 2030. And as employers, as managers of people, it's important for us to pay attention to these statistics, to begin to ask the right questions in the boardroom. Are we preparing our talent for this explosion? Are we managing our employees? Because the generations we're now hiring, the Gen Zs and the Alpha generations that are coming, do not want to work for us for more than 2 years. They want to do a year in Uganda, a year in Rwanda, a year in Egypt, then they'll take a year off and rest in Spain, just attending festivals because they've made enough money, and then they go back to work after that. So important for us, even for the ministers, to have these discussions at an AU and policy level. What are you doing to get Africans to stay in Africa and to develop Africa? I spoke about the informal employment rate of 83.1%, and this is according to the ILO and the World Economic Forum. But something interesting is happening in Africa with regard to digitization. And again, the minister spoke about it. Africa's digital economy is expected to reach 180 billion by 2025 and 712 billion by 2050. It's going to treble. A lot is happening. If you are not playing in the digital space, you need to go back as a board, as CEOs, as HR heads, and ask the questions that our guest of honor asked. Are you reinventing yourselves? AU spoke to it as well, Madame Nassam. Are you reinventing yourself? Are you putting technology at the forefront of your discussions? I sit at the board and I keep on various boards and I keep telling the HR heads, do not come and tell us about statistics. Can you unpack these statistics and link them to the balance sheet, link them to the P&L? What is the impact from a data-driven perspective? So as HR people, we need to begin to crunch the numbers if we're not doing it. Interesting again is that 15 to 20 million young people will join the workforce every year. Where are these people going to work? Those of you with recruitment agencies in here know that on a daily basis, we receive more than 1,000 applications. There are so many universities cropping up every day, in every corner. I was in Mogadishu a week ago, and I discovered there were 183 universities in Somalia. This is Somalia that has just come out of a war. It has 183 universities. And these are young, vibrant Somalis who are studying in these universities. How many are in Rwanda? How many are in Egypt? Egypt has a population of 120 million people. Where are these people going? We need to think broader and beyond this room. Again, I spoke to the labor workforce. 15.2% of the labor is in Africa today. North and Sub-Saharan Africa, but this is going to grow because these populations of average age of 19.5, Niger has the youngest age in Africa, 14 years, followed by Uganda, which is 15.5. And each of you can begin to plot your countries. But this number is going to grow in the near future. Unemployment sits at 13% of global young labor force, but this is growing as well. And as the Minister of Labor, I'm sure these are numbers that give her sleepless nights every night, because she must be saying, where do I employ these people? And her concern is not just for the Rwandans who are unemployed, it's for the East African community, because the Ugandans will come in and push themselves and put pressure on the economy in Rwanda, the Kenyans, and so on and so forth. An interesting statistic is sitting at home. 20% of young people were not in employment, education, or training in 2023. This is an important statistic because it means that these people were doing nothing. They were just sitting at home youth. What happens to these youth? These are the restless youth. These are the people who are struggling with depression, mental health, suicide going up amongst the youth because they have no choice. They're seated at home. They are not training. They are not TVETs they can join. They are doing nothing. And in terms of employment, as you can see, though we say we are employed, only 50% is own work, where you're your own employer, you're trying to do something small on your own. 19% will contribute to family work. 15% is temporary, and 16% is permanent paid work. What does that mean? That our pension funds are not growing as big or as quickly as the pension funds in Europe, because we're only getting money from 16% of these. I will quickly rush through this and talk about, and kindly request each of you to take away the concept of decentering your work and rethinking the new world of work. Because a survey was done in 2021 after the COVID events, and 65% of the workforce said that they were made to rethink the place of work in their lives. What this means is that young people don't think they really need to work. Many of us who went to university so many years ago believed in staying in jobs for 20 years before branching off. They don't think that anymore. And something else for you to ponder over is the fact that the 8-hour day was introduced in 1919. Is it time to rethink it? Why are we asking our staff to come into work 8, please clock in, let me see you, log on, and then at 5 o'clock? They are not present. They are there with us, but they are not present. Is it time to rethink the first industrial revolution? I will skip the aspirations because Madame Nassam did a very good job with talking about this, the 2063 aspirations. But what are some of the key competencies we look for in CEOs today? And I will speak as a CEO and as a board member. We're looking for CEOs who speak sustainability from a financial perspective, from an environmental perspective, from a governance perspective. We're speaking about sustainability and systems thinking, systems connectivity. You must be able to connect all the dots as a CEO. Regional, we do not want to work with CEOs who only think about their little organization in their little country and do not look beyond their country. You need to think regional. You need to think global, because we can now work anywhere and with anybody. Of course, we want visionary leaders, and I have a slide on leadership. Ethical governance, what systems do you have in place? Integrity, accountability is all under ethical governance. The minister spoke about appreciation of digital transformation, lead from the front, push the digital agenda. And digitalization is not digitization, it's not automation. The digital transformation agenda is more long-term. Of course, a very high level of emotional intelligence. Do you take a step back as a leader and ask the key questions? Am I doing okay? Am I self-aware? Do I take feedback? Or am I a CEO, a traditional CEO who walks into a room and everybody simply listens? We're looking for collaborations, partnerships, partner across the world. I currently work in more than 15 countries, but I have partners in each of those countries. I have partners in Angola. I don't speak Portuguese, but my firm is working in Angola. We're working in Malawi, in South Sudan. In Mogadishu, I dress up in full hijab and cover myself, but I don't speak Arabic, but I have partners on the ground to speak Arabic. Advocacy and authenticity. As HR people, what should you have today? HR people should be business partners. Please do not speak about your traditional HR of recruitment, onboarding, induction. That is boring. That is 1995 HR. We want to talk about business partnering. Sit down with your CFOs and tell them how their intervention, by them giving you a budget, how that is going to impact the balance sheet. That's what the CFO wants to hear. Talk to your operations director. Talk about work efficiency. Talk about strategy. When you come to the boardroom, listen. Don't switch off when it comes to interpretation of the balance sheet or it comes to discussing strategy and AU. I had a discussion last night and I spoke to HR people and said, how many of you have actually read AU Agenda 2063? And one of them said, why should I read it? It's the CEO to read it, and then they'll come and unpack it and break it down. I said, it's for you as HR to drive that agenda. Strategic workforce planning, DEI, which is, diversity, equity, and inclusivity, not planning. Change management. We need to be change agents. And we need to be able to provide solutions to the global challenges that I spoke about. I cannot overemphasize the data-driven HR decision-making. What numbers are you measuring? Why are you measuring them? I had a call with somebody from Ministry of Labor in Uganda today, and we're talking about labor productivity, an assignment we're doing with Annabelle. And they're asking how productive Ugandans are, because there's a challenge around us being perceived as not being as productive as our neighbors. And we don't have a baseline. And we said, what are we measuring? How do we measure it? How do we measure this data? Ability to create green jobs. We are now being challenged, and now I'm speaking as an HR person. We are being told to create green jobs. Greening, sustainability, green finance, green HR, and of course, ability to predict Gen Z demands. And allow me just to talk about the Gen Zs, because I see I have 3 minutes left. A survey was done, and this is what the Gen Zs said. Only 13% of them said they care about money. So many of us as HR people get it wrong. We go to the board and begin to complain that our staff are underpaid, and all we focus on is asking for more money. Can we talk about total employee value proposition? What is it that we're giving to these Gen Zs? Only 18% care about stability and job security. That's why in interviews, HR people, please stop asking Gen Zs what their vision is in the next 3 to 5 years. They don't care. Please stop asking that last question. It's always our final question. They honestly don't care, and they'll tell you, you'll be lucky if I'm here with you for 2 years. And please take them, because you need them for 2 years, and then hire the next batch that is going to come, or move them to another department. But do not victimize them because they told you they don't want job security. It's not something they've ever wanted, and they don't know about it. 18% say they want to have the ability to do what they do best. They want to be called to the table. Sit down with them, ask them the questions. Even if you have already predetermined what it is you want to do, make them feel listened to, because they like it. And more often than usual, you will change your strategy because of the excellent ideas that they bring to the table. 12% say they want to work with an organization with a great brand or reputation. In interviews, when we ask Gen Zs for that final question, do you have any question for us? Many of them will come to us and now say, what is your ethical promise? What is your environmental statement? What do you have to say about this article we read in the papers? They are more cautious than we are, and I'm a Gen X, so born in the 70s. So you can imagine they will question us, and do not frown at the end of the interview and say, how disrespectful of these young people. How can they ask these questions? We have 60% of them in Africa today coming into our workplace. And 39% of them speak about work-life balance or work-life integration. I will skip these slides because these are going to be shared with you. Unfortunately, the time had to be cut short. But let me spend a minute talking about authentic leadership and what it is you should be as leaders in the room today. Express yourself openly and honestly. Be consistent. The people in our organization are looking for consistency. Tell your story. What is your story? Don't stand up and speak to your teams and say, according to so-and-so, according to so-and-so, what is your story? What are you telling them? Be humble. As a leader, you need to be able to take a step back and say, I do not know. I want to be taught. I want to unlearn. I want to relearn. I want to repeat it. Be very vulnerable. It's okay now and again as a board member to close the door. If you want to break a glass, it's okay, break it, be vulnerable, but then talk about it and ask for help. Give credit to others. Please do not stand up in the board and say, as the CEO of this company, I would like to let you know, Mr. Chairman and others, that this is what I did. Did you work alone? Acknowledge your teams, both in public and private sector. It's okay for the minister to say my directors and my commissioners and my senior officers are brilliant. I give this credit to them. High level of integrity and, of course, empathy. Many of the young people say that we pick
pick up a call on Monday morning and immediately say to them, where's the report? Did you send the report? What happened to the report? Ask how I am. Did I sleep okay? Did I even sleep? Do you know if my child is in hospital? Do you know if I'm okay? Ask me that question. Good morning. Are you okay? How was the football match on Saturday? Did you watch it? Then please give me the report. We are running out of time. Empathy. This is what 60% of the people in Africa are telling us. And these are the people who are going to go and replace the talent in Germany and Japan, where the population is at 47%. My final slide to you as HR people, when you go to boards, because I'm often asked how I made it to boards, to the boards that I sit on. Do not walk into that boardroom and say, I'm an HR person who's going to help you with your recruitment, who's going to help you with whatever we do as HR people, disciplinary hearings. At a board level, that doesn't matter. There's an HR director to do that. Talk about connecting the dots. We're looking for HR people who open the doors. We are looking for people who will say, I have now met the Minister of Labor in Rwanda, and I will engage with her. I can introduce you to her. Or look for someone who knows someone who will take you to her. So please do not walk into the boardroom and talk about your HR expertise. HR has only gotten you to where you are. What we're looking for now is emotional intelligence, stakeholder engagement. Talk about HR analytics. I cannot overemphasize this. Focus on the future. Do not walk into your boardrooms and tell all the problems that have happened. So what? They have happened. What solutions are you providing? Build ecosystems and be solution providers. So my parting shots as I close, I've gone over by 2 minutes, is that the youth cannot be ignored any longer. They're 60% in Africa. I speak to politicians across Africa, and I tell them, yes, we are, pretending that these youth do not exist, but the youngest ministers are now youths. The youngest CEOs, CEOs in large organizations are youth, so they are getting closer and closer. Pay attention to the future trends of work that I told you, migration, mobility, technology, startups. Please have those statistics on your fingertips. Look out for the quiet quitters in our organizations. I believe we all know what quiet quitters are. These are your people who come at 7 a.m., they're on time. They leave at 6, but they are not present during the day. They switched off, they resigned 3 years ago. They're just there to get a salary. And finally, as HR people, as CEOs, please be very intentional and stand out. Visibility is key. Be heard, be known, and be seen. Thank you very much, and I look forward to taking questions. I believe there is a panel after, so Mr. MC, are the questions coming to me or to the panel? Thank you. To the panel. Thank you very much, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for staying. Thank you.
Yes, let's appreciate Rachel one more time, please, ladies and gentlemen. To the CEOs in the room, to chairs of board in the room, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Increasing. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rachel. In fact, thank you for touching on a very important group, and that is, I believe, through the panels I've moderated and the shows we've done, the most misunderstood group of people, the Gen Zs. We've really misunderstood them, and thank you so much for raising those pertinent points. Even in my sessions when I'm mentoring, if I know Gen Zs are in the room, I change my notes because they don't care about how I suffered and struggled to get to where I am. Yeah, they'll tell you, we don't care. So thank you so much. I want us to allow the Honorable Minister, together with her delegation and the heads of the international delegates and those who are in charge of the booths, to go and visit the exhibition booths so that we can be able to ensure that she also gets to see firsthand what we've been able to bring to this particular summit. And so let's appreciate the Honorable Minister as we allow her and her delegation to go to the exhibition centers. Let's appreciate her, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for making the time and for being with us to officially grace the first edition and the opening of this summit. In the meantime, I would like us to prepare for the panel discussion, which is going to tackle a very important aspect of what we are talking about, several issues, including aligning HR strategy to corporate strategy and implications for Agenda 2063 and much more. So I'd like to invite the moderator for this session, who will be able to invite her panelists to be able to take us through this particular session. Please put your hands together for Certified Human Resource Trainer, Susan Uwabera. Let's appreciate her as she comes to take this session. A round of applause, please, to Sue.
Good morning, good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and valued participants. It is with great enthusiasm that I welcome you to the HR Human Resource Summit in the captivating country of Rwanda. So my name is Susan Wabera, and I'm privileged to serve as your moderator for today's insightful discussion on aligning HR strategy to corporate strategy and implication for Agenda 2063. So as we gather in this remark setting, let us embrace the profound impact that human resource can have as a strategic partner in fostering innovation and driving organizational success. The alignment of HR and corporate strategies is not merely beneficial, it is essential for cultivating and thriving workplace that propels us towards our collective goals. Now it is my honor to welcome certain panelists. Grace Nzula, please, if you can come here. Grace Nzula, HR expert at Atara Solution. Ibrahim Baye, the president of SS. You're most welcome. We love to see ladies here today. So we would like to invite Maureen Schofield. Maureen Schofield, founder of Schofield Other People Consultancy. Take your time. And we would like to invite Aaron Touramnier. It's the Vice President of HRMO, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. All right. Thank you. Let's appreciate them, please, one more time. All right, so without further ado, I'll go ahead and ask the first question for Grace Ndula. She's the HR expert at Atara Solution. Grace has been an instrumental in guiding organizations towards effective HR strategies. Grace, are you ready? All right, great. So Grace, how can African organizations effectively access the assignment between their HR and corporate strategies? Your insights will undoubtedly resonate with many in the audience.
Microphone is not working. Hello, okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My God. Please tell your neighbor Gen Z is a lifestyle first. So we stop fighting that. And yeah, so it's an honor to be here this morning, and I'm very, very excited to meet all of you and just to have this discussion. So you asked how we can assess, Madam Moderator. you asked how we can assess whether HR is aligned to business strategy. So allow me to start off by saying, it's not business strategy. I really think it should be people strategy that is the business. HR is not a business partner. HR is the business. So before we even start developing the strategy, are we part of that strategic, are we the ones represented in the strategic, what do we call it?
Arena.
Yes. Are we developing our part, are we part of the process when they're coming up with the strategy? Or do we sit back and wait for the book to be brought? And then we say, are we now aligning, right? So the first thing that we need to do is participate or be present when we are developing the strategy. And I believe that the strategy should be people-driven. We really need to switch our strategies to become people-driven strategies. How then do we align with the people? First thing that we need to do is make sure that we have data. I think Rachel has alluded to that. We need to make sure that we are speaking data, 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 data. And it's about time that HR professionals, can we stop fearing math? You know, we see numbers and we switch off. Like literally, it's like a wall comes to you. Every time you hear numbers, you're like, huh? Okay, let them translate that, and then they give you quite a lot of stories. So as HRs, we need to stop being very qualitative and start quantifying. So the first thing that we need to do is make sure we understand data and then interpret that data to be able to know that the strategy that we have, the people strategy that we have, is actually feeding the business, right? Of course, we have things like workforce planning. Are we aware of this is what the business needs the next 1 year, the next 2 years, right? Are you able to reflect, as you do your KPIs, are you able to reflect and say that I am ready for the next 1-2 years, including succession planning? So the other way that you can actually measure whether your HR strategy is aligned to the business strategy is also asking, simply asking your team, are we heading in the right direction? Every time you have those quarterly meetings, is a strategy review part of your quarterly meetings? Or do you have a strategy that is developed for 3 years, and the next time you look at it is when you want to develop another one for 3 years? And the only thing that you want to focus on is sales. And the people who are making those sales are left behind. So I think it's important that we put the HR strategy, or rather, the business strategy as part of our review as we continue with reviewing where the business is at. Where are you at as an individual? Are you still aligned, you know? Are you finding your purpose as a person in your organization? Because we keep talking about strategies, strategies, strategies. Sometimes I feel like asking, do you even know what a strategy, like the actual definition of strategy? Because I think it's become a buzzword. So, yeah, I think that would be my answer.
Our next guest will be Ibrahim Bai. I'll ask the question in French because he's a French speaker. Please don't feel left out. President Bai Ibrahim is known for his expertise in implementing impactful HR framework. Ibrahim, quels outils ou cadres les professionnels des ressources humaines peuvent-ils mettre en œuvre pour s'assurer que leurs stratégies sont axées sur l'objectif, s'il vous plaît.
Merci Madame Suzanne. Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Bonjour à tous encore. Nous avons beaucoup d'outils, de gestion de la performance des ressources humaines. Ils sont au nombre de 6 environ. Il y a d'abord les outils de gestion, les systèmes d'information que nous devons maîtriser, parce que qui dit entreprise dit maîtriser les informations, parce que c'est la clé de tout succès. Nous avons les tableaux de bord, parce que nous devons avoir une visibilité par rapport à ce que nous sommes en train de faire. C'est parce que nous devons avoir les indicatifs, tout ce qui est performance, tout ce qui est information sur la paye, sur les effectifs, sur le turnover, autant de questions que nous, les RH, devons résoudre avant de passer à autre chose. Nous avons aussi les logiciels de gestion maintenant, parce qu'on ne peut pas maintenant faire une administration du personnel sans une bonne logiciel de gestion. C'était le logiciel de gestion, par exemple, pour la paye, pour la comptabilité, et pour faire le bilan social. Tout ça, ce sont des outils de gestion par rapport à des logiciels que nous détenons et qui nous permettent effectivement de procéder à ces solutions. Nous avons aussi les outils d'évaluation et de développement, parce qu'il faut évaluer le personnel en fonction des performances, en fonction des objectifs qui sont fixés, et au bout du compte, voir exactement qu'est-ce que les objectifs qui ont été fixés à nos personnels, à nos employés ont été atteints avec beaucoup d'efficience et beaucoup d'efficacité. Nous avons aussi les plateformes de formation, parce qu'on ne peut pas évoluer dans les ressources humaines sans des formations. Il faut toujours se mettre à jour pour ne pas rater le trait de l'histoire, comme on le dit toujours, développement des compétences, autant d'outils qui nous permettent d'être efficaces dans la satisfaction opérationnelle et dans l'efficacité de nos ressources humaines.
Merci beaucoup pour votre réponse. Je pense que pour les interprètes, il y a des interprétations directes si vous avez des casques, pour ceux qui parlent en français, ou pour tous ceux qui sont d'expression française. Everyone who actually speaks, there's a direct interpretation. There's an interpret here, so make sure that you have the headphones if you would like a direct explanation. So we're going to pass on to the next. First of all, thank you so much, Ibrahim Bey. The tools you've mentioned are invaluable, and implementing them can definitely significantly enhance the effectiveness of HR strategies. Now we're going to move on to Maureen Schofield. Maureen Schofield is a founder of Schofield, the People Consultancy. Maureen is a thought leader in talent management, advocating for innovative practices. Maureen, considering Africa's diverse economic landscape, what best practices can HR professionals adopt to align talent management with the goal of Agenda 2063? We are eager to hear your practical approaches that inspire action.
Okay. I think perhaps the best thing, and thank you very much for allowing me to be on this panel as well, and it's been great to meet up with so many of you. I think the issue that we face is that we have to make sure that whatever strategy or response to a strategy we have is fit for purpose. And I believe that every organization and every country is at a stage of evolution. And therefore, what works in one part of the globe isn't necessarily fit for purpose. So we need to adapt, and we need to be creative in our adaptation. So we really need to look for the best of best practice globally. And the thing that I increasingly realize is that we all have similar issues. We are very privileged to work all around the world, and everybody is feeling the same thing. So our strategies must take the very best from global innovation, global good ideas, but we must tailor it, because one size never fits all. And I think that is the real challenge, and having the courage to say, yeah, it works here, I'll take this bit, and then I'll adapt it to my country or my organization. And one thing that I love about being in Africa is the energy and the enthusiasm and the passion for learning. And this is what really energizes me too. And I think that passion for learning and willingness to create and innovate is the real thing.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for sharing those best practices. Your innovation approach to talent management definitely highlights the need for adaptability in our strategy. So now our next guest is Aaron Turami. He's the Vice President of HRMO. Aaron, how can organizations foster a culture that supports alignment of HR strategy with corporate goal? Your insight will be invaluable as we discuss this critical topic.
Thank you. I think the alignment of the HR strategy to the organizational business goals starts with HR. So as the HR specialist, we have to build that culture. But the question I would actually pose to most of us is, do we really understand the overall organizational culture, rather the overall organizational strategy? Because before you unpack the overall organizational strategy, you need to understand it. Before you create an HR strategy aligned to the overall organizational strategy, you need to understand the organizational strategy. Let me just share my example, my experience. I moved from an insurance company to a bank, to a big bank, one of the local banks here. And when I joined the bank, I was tasked to develop a performance management system. So the first time I went for a strategy retreat with the senior management, they talked a language I couldn't understand. And so I was tasked to go and now unpack the overall strategy of the organization into the HR strategy. So what I did was, because I couldn't understand most of the business language, the jargon they were using, I had now to go and study and actually learn banking, business banking. So when they talk about, for example, the P&L, the profit and loss account, do I understand it? The finance director was presenting the balance sheet. Do I understand the balance sheet items? He was presenting the cash flow statement. Do I understand it? Because unless you understand the business, how are you going to unpack that overall business strategy into the HR strategy? Because at the end, you are supposed now to go and build, part of building the culture that supports business, you have to build a robust performance management system. So when I understood now how banking operates, I had now to look at the business. You go now and build a robust performance management system. And the challenge you are going to face also is that the line, the business line, which is supposed, for example, to design the performance targets for your staff, sometimes they also don't know how to do that. So here you have an HR manager who is the HR director who is specialized in HR, but does not understand business. You have a business leader who understands the business, but does not understand the HR processes. So there's a mismatch. So in aligning the HR strategy to the organizational strategy, you start with understanding the core business of the organization. So once you understand it now, you move to building systems that will help you to implement that business strategy. So what are those systems that you have to build as an HR professional? You have to build a robust performance management system that is aligned to the overall organizational strategy, unpack for every department. And that's where really the game changer comes in. If we are setting the business targets for staff in IT, in marketing, in HR, in operations, how do you support the line manager now to make sure that the targets, the business target they are setting, really build up to the overall organizational strategy? So you build a performance management system, you ensure that every department has got targets that speak to the overall goals of the organization. The second thing you have to do, you have also to now look at your staff development strategy. How do you build a staff development strategy that supports the overall company strategy? So you have to do the assessment based on the business. Again, this calls for the HR to understand the core business of the organization. So you carry out the needs assessment, the training needs assessment, look at what you're supposed to deliver as an organization. Then build a robust staff development strategy that supports the implementation of the overall business strategy. The third element you have to look at is now your leadership. How does your leadership support the implementation of the strategy? Let me just share you a typical example here. I've visited a couple of organizations. You find they have put up a list of core values of the organization. Just go and speak to the staff and ask them what are the core values of this organization. You find they don't know. So part of building the culture of the organization that supports business is to make sure that staff also, you build a value system, but you must make sure that the staff also understand those values. Don't just put the lists on the walls, so when visitors are coming, they read your values, but your own staff don't know the values. So they need to understand the values of the organization, because values also build culture. So, for example, the culture for performance, where you reward people, but even before they reward you, people recognize you for performance. So you have to build a value system that supports your business, so that people value hard work. That's very, very important. So your leaders, what kind of leadership style do you embrace in the organization? Some people have got the hard model of leadership, others have got the soft model of leadership, others have got different models of leadership. How do you build a leadership model that inspires staff to make sure that they implement the business strategy? To make sure that their staff are able to deliver beyond expectation. That you find a staff after 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, this staff is really driving the business to ensure that it achieves the goals set. So I would say leadership also becomes very, very important. But also critical is ensure that every staff is trained. Because if you have staff that do not understand what they're supposed to do, then it becomes very, very difficult. So in a nutshell, that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aaron, for your valuable insight. Your emphasis on the culture underscore how integral it is to the success of aligning HR and corporate strategies. I'm just going to end this panel. Before we end the panel, would like to ask the audience if we can only take 2 questions. So if in the audience someone would like to ask a question to the panelists in the brief way possible. Yes, over there, if there's a microphone, please. Or, yes. Or you can just simply come up to the stage and ask a question. Please prepare another question, and those are the only ones, because we're running out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for valuable inputs in this discussion. My name is Daniel Winston. I'm from Tanzania. I work for African Union. I'm the HR practitioner for 20 years. And always when it comes to the topic of how to align the HR strategy with organization strategy, we fail to go to practical, how HR can contribute actually to this process and make a proper reflection of ourselves. And for me, I agree with the speakers, all the 4 speakers, what they have said, but I think we need to go deeper because we know how to align these 2, the people's strategy and the organization strategy. It focuses on how we do resourcing, it focuses on how we handle the performance management, It focuses how we handle the reward system. It focuses how we manage the brand. It focuses how we manage the talent which we have struggled to bring into the organization, and how we allow people to leave the organization. But as a HR practitioner, when it comes to you, with all these 4 things, we have studied in schools, we know them. The last speaker clearly said, I agree with him about the understanding the business, the leadership style, and the support to the people strategy which you have put forward. But as a HR person, what is the added value you can put forward when you are given an opportunity? And for me, wherever I go, my reflection always is to see, when I finish the year, I want to ask as an organization, what is that we have achieved as an organization? If we plan in January, we plan to deliver something, can we really ask ourselves and say we delivered that thing? And from HR perspective, for instance, the little things which you can do. I'll give an example. I joined an organization and I found it takes a year to fill a position. And if you go around this room, you'll find there's still organization which takes a year to recruit a position. And sometimes this position is funded by a donor. Are we really adding value to where we're talking there's unemployment, there's people looking for jobs, but we put cumbersome processes to hire a position for 12 months? For me, that is not value addition. So with that one example, I can bring change into the organization if I can cut that from 12 months to 4 months, or even to 3 months. We go about the performance management. How do we align this? It's not about ticking the box in the forms and correcting forms and put in the file and count as this one has completed and this has not completed. So what I wish the speakers to discuss was, how do we bring efficiency as a HR people? How do we bring efficiency in the processes which we tend to put in our people strategy to align with the organization strategy? That is a very critical, and it starts with us, our own divisions, our own departments. How do we bring efficiency in all these processes? I agree with all the speakers, what they have said, the performance management, the talent management.
All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Please shorten the question so that it's easier.
The question is very clear.
Yeah,
I've said, how do we bring efficiency?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your insight, by the way. We appreciate the question. So I'd love one of the panelists to actually respond. Anyone?
Yeah, can come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. When we're talking about efficiencies, we need to think and be very clear about the outcomes. Now, to me, in the new way of working, is to think critically about, this is what we're wanting to achieve. This rate of efficiency is what we want to achieve. No one person can have the solution, and a collaborative approach to agree a measurable outcome. And it's sitting around the table and saying, okay, we need to achieve this. We need to have X% efficiency. How will we do it? And what we find is that everybody has always got bright ideas. And it's the listening leader, it's the listening manager who will get the best results. Because no person can ever have the solution themselves. And once you start that creativity, what you'll find is innovation comes as well. But it must be quantifiable. And it's not only in terms of quantity, but it's also about qualitative. Because you can drive efficiency hard, but then people don't feel that good about it. So you need the softer side of the qualitative data and the quantitative data as your KPIs. And that, I would believe, would drive efficiency, because everybody's involved, everybody's pulling in the same direction.
I just wanted to make a comment. Maybe let me just share one example. When I was working with the bank, we tried to look at how do we become efficient in terms of delivering our targets. So what we did was we set performance targets for every staff. For those of you who understand the banking, there are critical outputs you need from every staff, particularly those in the business. You need to know, you need to set the target around the loans. How much, maybe you set 1 billion for a branch manager. You say, because you also need deposits, you set maybe you must get more deposits than loans. So you get, say maybe 1.5 billion in deposits. You now also say, okay, for non-performing loans, those are people who don't pay or fail to pay, the percentage should not be more than 5% of the total loans you give out. I will just share those 3 parameters. So we told the staff, work on those quantitative targets. So the second thing we did was now to put in place a system that would periodically measure the performance against the set goals. So we introduced a weekly dashboard. So basically the way the weekly dashboard would work, we would ask the branch manager, you know, the weekly target. So you fill in the data, indicate how much did you achieve, how much were you expect to achieve. Then if you don't achieve the set target, tell us what happened and what you are going to do next time to make sure that you get the targets. And the second thing we did also was now to recognize performance. For people who get their targets, you celebrate the targets. We created the Employee of the Month. We also now had to do annual bonuses. It really worked. But also what we did was to put in place a support system that helps those who are underperforming, and we introduced a performance improvement plan. And it was not harsh. So what we said, for the first time, if you don't achieve your targets, we just tell you, okay, for the first quarter, you didn't achieve your target, try the second quarter, we give you a performance improvement plan. And we tell you, try to work and make sure that you get you achieve the targets. After the 3 months, we do the evaluation. If we find that you have not achieved the targets, we give you a second performance improvement plan. But what we saw working actually was that staff, we are holding a staff accountable, but at the same time also consider it, saying, for the first time, we are not going to sack you. But 3 consecutive performance improvement plans would lead to separation. So it would give you an opportunity to improve, but if we fail, at the end of the day, the company would have to exit you. So putting in place targets and then tools to measure progress, we saw it working for, and also coaching employees who are underperforming, helping them, training them. We saw it as a way of creating efficiency. I don't know that responds to your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, Ibrahim, vous aimeriez rajouter quelque chose?
Je pense que mes prédécesseurs ont déjà tout expliqué. Peut-être revenir sur un triptyque, peut-être, disons, une bonne efficacité, ça demande d'abord un bon recrutement, une bonne gestion de la rémunération et une bonne gestion des compétences. Recrutement, recruter le bon personnel, voir exactement là où ça se trouve, les bons postes, pour les occuper, les bons profils, les mettre là où il faut, l'homme qu'il faut à la place qu'il faut, comme on dit. Une bonne rémunération, cela va sans dire, parce que c'est une source de motivation, même si elle n'est pas la seule source de motivation, un bon environnement de travail, des responsabilités partagées, un bon coaching qui permet à nos employés de s'épanouir dans l'entreprise. C'est dans le cadre d'une bonne gestion des compétences qui, à la longue, permet aux employés de s'épanouir en entreprise et d'avoir une motivation, ce qui ferait une vraie efficacité dans le cadre du travail.
Yes, thank you. Merci beaucoup. You would like to add something?
Yeah. I like simplifying my life. Yeah. So the way I look at efficiency in business is 2 ways. Are we making money? Are we cutting costs? What is nice to have? What is a must-have? If you can be able to classify that, technically, business language is bottom line at the end of the day. So when you look at efficiency, are we looking at efficiency to make us money, or are we looking at efficiency to cut costs? Because at the end of the day, in the board, when you come to the board, my friend, the only thing we want to know, is the business sustainable? Is bottom line, the first question is, are we running sustainable businesses? And number two, are we now following through in the other nice to haves? Are the people happy? Are they contributing to the business? But the very first question is, are we meeting the bottom line? And how do you get there? It's come up with initiatives to cut costs and support initiatives to make money. Simple. What is nice to have? What is a must have? Are you investing in must haves? And then at what point are you taking advantage and having the nice to haves?
Thank you very much. As we are approaching the hour of lunch, I think we're just going to take the last question. Let's just be mindful of shortening the question. Would like to take the last question, please.
Thank you. I'm here.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thanks. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm also from Tanzania, but I will come with a different version. I'll try to trim it down so that I can save time. Yeah, so hearing properly from all the presenters, ranging from the alignment of the culture, the strategy of HR with the corporate strategy, as well as now blending the culture so that there can be such an alignment. I think there is a vehicle that can help us navigate through such a change, because it appears that the status quo is that there is no alignment, but we are envisioning through the alignment. So my concern or my question is on change management. What are the practical tips that as HR practitioners or professionals we can take into consideration in now bridging these two pillars in the light of change management as change agents? I'm very interested to hear that. Thank you so much.
So what are the practical, to shorten it?
Change management.
The practical approach or tips for change management that HR practitioners can use to bridge or to align and attain the blend between corporate strategy and the HR strategy, as well as the culture as a lubricant or as a grease.
All right. Yes, please. We're trying to shorten the answers as well because we're running out of time. We apologize.
All right. Thank you for that wonderful question. I love change. And please remember, if you don't change with change, change will change you. So it is important that we embrace change. Now, one of the major tips that I can share is mindset. We really need to change our mindset. It is one of the biggest or the favorite tools that you can use when you're trying to drive change. Sometimes HR, you are required to become a change agent, but you're also part of the resistance. You have not bought into the change that is coming. And your teams will actually pick that up. So the first thing that we need to do is change our mindset, look at things from a positive point, right? Change is the constant. So you're either aligning with the change or you're shipping out. So if we can embrace change, if we can look at change not from a point where we are fighting it, then we can start reducing resistance. The second thing is over-communication. During the change process, one of the biggest problems that we have is we don't communicate enough, right? We communicate during the meeting and we check whether it is progressing, but we don't remember to check in, how is this change affecting the other people? Are we really explaining to them why we are doing what we are doing? And the key word in the over-communication is mainly the why. You know, if you want people to adopt to that strategy, most strategy documents actually have a changed values. They go and change values, they change the mission and vision. Are we able to communicate that change to the people? And one of the major tools that we can have as HR professionals is learning how to communicate. And she's talked about listening. Learning how to communicate, not just by words, but also our actions. And then being able to listen. And listening without offense. Listening without defense. So that then we are also able to support our teams when they're going through this change process. And then the last thing that I would share is being aware of how the change is changing you as an individual. Because change can actually make you worse than you are. So are you also aware of how that change is also changing you? Thank you.
Excellent. Would like to take maybe a last comment from the panelists.
I would say that, first of all, make sure you've got your change right. Because the number of times I've seen organizations changing and getting it wrong and then having to rethink it and still getting it wrong. And what happens there is huge disillusionment in the people of the organization. And then I would echo my esteemed colleague's thoughts. Communicate, communicate, communicate. And also check that that communication has gone right down the organization. So you need to be taking these temperature probes. Has my message reached all the way down, or has it got diluted on its journey down? So we hear the word Chinese whispers where a message changes. So we've got to be really clear of keeping the change message simple, clear, and understandable, and then check it and check it and check it.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank all the panelists for taking your time, for your beautiful insight. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I'm being told that we can only take 2 questions. We will have further discussions, so you can keep your questions, don't worry, but we would like to release, because some of them have to take flights, so we don't want them to be late. So we thank you, everyone. You can go back to your seat if you would like, and we wish you a pleasant afternoon.
Thank you. I just asked.
Could you request Ibrahim to come back, please, for your token of appreciation? We said we love gifting, and that's what we'll do for every speakers and panelists. May I request the Vice President of the Africa Human Resource Confederation, Segun Mojid, to come and appreciate our panelists. May we please have the plaques? Please, come. Let's appreciate them, please, ladies and gentlemen. I would like also to request Rachel Dumba, the CEO Human Capital Management at Stedman Global, to also join us, to also be appreciated. She gave a very good speech and presentation. Let's start with Rachel. Well done. Thank you so much. That's Rachel being appreciated. Let's appreciate her one more time. Up next, we will have Grace. Thank you very much. Grace. Let's stand by Maureen next. Maureen? After Maureen, we'll have Dr. Graham. We'll actually give that to Ibrahim instead of Dr. Graham. So let's stand by. One more. Aaron, let's give a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much for that smooth exercise. Are we good? Okay. Perfect. We are now edging closer to the final phase of the first part of this particular program. And I know right now anything that is coming in is standing in between you and your lunch. What a dangerous place to be. So please, I request for some bit of patience. I know lunch is already ready. It's really, I can feel the aroma from here, by the way. But we know that this city is known for its level of cleanliness. But we do not, maybe some of us know how that comes about. And I want us to be able to get that from an experience perspective, a very short presentation by the city of Kigali, represented by the city engineer, Fabrice Barisanga. Let's appreciate Fabrice as he comes to give us the experience of the beautiful city and the cleanest city in Africa, city of Kigali. Let's appreciate him, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Aramutse. Bonjour. Good morning. Welcome to Kigali, the cleanness and smartest city. Good. I have few slides. I'll not take longer because I understand the criticality of this time. Kigali is the capital of Rwanda. We have about 1.6 million population. But if you count the people that are coming in and getting out evening time, we are around 2 million. We basically promote smartness, cleanness, inclusiveness in the city. And we also foster the green agenda. I'm going to give you a short or a snapshot on the cleanness, the journey that the city of Kigali undertaken to be where we are today. Basically, before 2013, the city was not that as clean as we are today. We didn't have any system for waste collection. We didn't have any special or professional waste collectors. And basically what we had at that time was the transit center in districts where you could drop your waste, then it will be collected at a specific time of the week. But the government decided to revisit the practices so that the Kigali would be cleaner and greener, as you could experience today. And to start, we started with revisiting our laws, regulations, and policies. Then after that, we put together a tender for cleaning companies so that each sector would have a cleaning company to collect waste, transport to the landfill, but also we restricted the use of unfinished buildings. It's like when you are constructing a building, you need to finish it so that you can apply for occupation permit. And that reduced the, enhanced the health and safety for the users. Going forward, we are planning now, it's not even a plan, we've started to reuse the waste as much as we can, and also trying to recycle where it's possible. We also embarked on a journey to use a mechanized system to clean our, especially the roads, but also try to minimize human interaction during waste collection and disposal. To share the current situation for our brothers and sisters in Africa or the rest of the world, we have a schedule for waste collection. We have a weekly collection at household, and at this stage we are able to collect 100% of our waste from household in our settlements or in our neighborhood. How do we collect waste? Basically, we have companies dedicated for waste collection and transport, and we allocate waste companies per sector. We have 3 districts, and each district has sectors, and each company has a responsibility to collect and transport waste from, solid waste from households. And then the government, through the regulatory authority, set up a collection and transport fee, which is paid by the household. Now, we also went ahead to regulate the type of vehicles to be used during the waste collection, so that we don't have waste dumped along the road to the landfill. We also embarked on a journey to revisit the way we are dumping our waste. Especially, we have one landfill, and currently we are trying to sort the waste, and some of the waste are currently being used in order to make some briquettes that are used for energy at household consumption. That was in terms of waste collection from household, but also the city endeavors to make our road infrastructure cleaner and greener. In that regard, the city of Kigali has contracted 2 different types of companies. One is in charge of cleaning the road and make sure that the trees and flowers on the road are maintained. And there is a second maintenance or framework contract that we have to maintain the road. The painting, potholes. I wish if you could see any pothole, let us know. It might happen. We're in rain season, but if you could encounter any, let us know. We could fix it in less than 24 hours. And in order to facilitate waste collection and convenience of our visitors, our citizens, we've installed dustbins along the corridors where you have different type of waste, and you can drop there, and during the night we collect those wastes. That is in terms of contracting and legal framework, but also you can't achieve this without the community participation. That's why we believe engaging people, engaging our citizens in different forums has really contributed to have clean Kigali as we are today. We have citizen engagement. Unfortunately, this conference will be closed before Umuganda. That's a famous word. We would have participated. That's one of the quick wins, where we clean at the end of the month. We have a community cleaning of our neighborhoods as well as our roads. In addition, we have embarked on a journey to plant 3 million trees for the coming 5 years. And the photo that you can see there is from, I think, 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, where being the city council, the city management, the security organs, the citizens gathered to plant trees. And it's not about planting trees alone. It's also safeguarding that tree will grow. And the city, in partnership with our development partners, we hired a company to make sure that those trees are protected and so that it could grow. Hopefully, if we could receive this same conference in 3 years to come, you would see a more greener Kigali. Awareness, campaigns, laws and regulations, yes, it's good, but you can't really achieve the target without sometimes apply some penalties if people fails to abide to agreed terms and conditions. We have a regular inspection on our household, which is structured from district, sector, even out settlement level, to make sure that everything there is an information. If there is anyone accountable, then accountability applies. That's how we're able to achieve what we have today. But we still have a long journey to go. That's why we believe minimizing the human interaction with the waste would be a way to go. That's why through different initiatives, we are starting now thinking of digitized dustbins and sensor-fitted garbage so that we don't assign someone to go and check how deep it is and so on and so on, but the sensor will be informing us on app, and then the waste collectors would go there and then collect at ample time for collecting the waste. Now, for those maybe that will take some healthy work, you will see that some of the dustbins have different colors. We encourage you to dump in the color that correspond to the waste that you are dumping. Yes, we value the reuse. As I said, we've started reusing some of the materials, especially plastics. Limited plastics that we have, we are planning to reuse them. And some of organic waste, we are making briquettes for household energy consumption. I think, in a nutshell, the future for the city of Kigali is now to generate electricity out of the waste. It's a proof of concept. We are designing it. We are working with our partners to see whether we can generate more energy out of our waste. In a nutshell, that's Kigali that hosted you today and the entire week. I wish you a pleasant stay and encourage you after the session, have a health walk. There are different attractions in the city. Please make use of this stay to explore different opportunities that Kigali can offer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fabrice. Appreciation to Fabrice, please. I know if Fabrice had time, he would have told you that this is a city where if you have waste in your car, you will keep it in your pocket until you see a dustbin. You will not throw it anyhow. I think he would have also told you that this is the best city and country that you will stay the longest with your phone because you're safe in terms of safety. I think this is also the city which you'll not be asked, are you a zebra? Because you're trying to cross the zebra crossing. In other cities, you say, but this is a zebra crossing. They say, are you a zebra? Here they respect zebra crossings, and this is amazing of a great city. Let's appreciate everyone for making Kigali the city that it is. It is now time for us to be able to sort out our tummies. I know the butterflies have been there, and we will be able to break out for lunch. There are coupons, which if you haven't gotten one, you'll be given one. It will be indicated on the coupon which place you'll be going for your lunch. We have the auditorium restaurant, and we also have the award-winning Fellini restaurant. So depending on what is indicated on your coupon, the ushers will ably guide you to where you'll be able to have your lunch. My request is please eat everything and enjoy yourselves. We'll see you after the lunch break. God bless you. Bon appetit. Does it mean that we don't want to go for lunch for those who are seated? Should we continue with the panel? Let's go for lunch. 30 minutes, please. You're saying? Please, let's proceed for lunch. 30 minutes, we should be back. Latest 45 minutes. So that we can proceed with the next items on the agenda.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Class has really helped in overcoming those. Number one is the safety part of it. You know how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlast.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlast is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlast anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlast is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlast to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is, Shortlast.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make their shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlast has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlast.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlast is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlast anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlast is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlast to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is, Shortlast.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make their shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gbadageshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlands has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know, how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlast.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlast is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlast anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlast is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, you know, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlast to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is, Shortlast.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make the shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipmnigeria.org www.cipm.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join the CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to such membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take this important step today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value through people.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfare reason, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlands has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlass.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlass is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Okay, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlass anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlass is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlass to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is Shortlass.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make the shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfare reason, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlands has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlass.
When it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlass is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlass anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlass is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlass to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is Shortlass.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make their shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksane, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before finding Shortlass is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlass has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. How our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlass.
When it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlass is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlass anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlass is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlass to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is Shortlass.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make their shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksane, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before finding Shortlass is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlass has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. How our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlass.
When it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlass is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlass anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlass is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlass to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is Shortlass.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make their shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksane, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before funding short class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Short class has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know, how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlast.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlast is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Okay, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlast anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlast is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, you know, improved our staff productivity.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipm.nigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join the CIPD,
I regret telling you to eat everything. I'll not repeat again.
Enhancing your global careers prospects.
I can see the impact.
Access to exclusive HR resources.
And I would like to request now that we come in and settle.
/CIPM.
If you can hear this voice from whatever part you are, please let's settle in. And I have a very humble request for all of us, because I know after lunch is usually a bit tricky.
We deliver value through people.
If you can,
Chartered Institute of Personnel
please
Management of
be up.
Nigeria.
I want to show you something very interesting.
Major
Very interesting.
milestone
Let's just rise
in our
up.
commitment
Rise
to
up, please.
excellence in HR.
Thank you so much. Just be on your feet. Thank you very much. I want to test something. Please, those who are still seated, this is very important. I know we always give instructions, and today I would like to see how good we are at taking instructions. I want to see how much we performed in our mathematics class. So I want to test you to know those who actually sat in a counting class. I want to take you back to kindergarten. I want us to write numbers, but with our full body. Okay? Full body, not with your hand, not with your head. Full body. So we'll write number 1. Let's do a test run. Number 1. Let's write number 1. No, not jumping. I said we write number 1. Number 1. That's number 1. We've written it. All right, let's repeat one more time. Number 1. Number 2. Can we repeat that? I didn't see. Number 2. Number 3. Can you do number 4? Let's try number 4. Some of you are just cheating. Sit down. Sit down, sit down, sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know Coach Emmanuel will be coming later on, not now. I'll give you a shout. Yeah, I know he'll be coming in any moment from now to give us some opportunity for wellness and some mental space. I know some of us, when we are here, it's a mental relief because of the headache we get back home when we are at work. And Coach Emmanuel will be coming in a short while. But before we do that, I want us to listen to our first presentation after this lunch break. And it is going to be delivered in French. So if you have the listening devices, please put it on. And if you need to listen in English, put channel 1. Do we have extra headpieces, please? Because we have a few people who don't have. Please bring, please bring. There are so many behind there. They need to be in front here. Ushers, please, let's help real quick. Keep your hands up, please. They're just behind there with so many of them. Tubanguke gato, just a little. Anyone can help, please? In front here we have hands. Someone can help us to just pick them real quick. Over here. Please bring more here at the front and over there. I thought in the morning when you're doing Comment ça va, you all know French. Eh? There is a hand here. Ushers, please, in front here, we have people who need the listening devices. Here at the front. Hano Imbere, excuse me, here in front. Are they over? I think they are over, sadly. We need to sit close to each other for some support in trying to understand deeply the messages coming out in a language we might not clearly understand. But we hope that they'll be increased so that we can all be included and not excluded from a language perspective. So I'd like to alert all of us that the next presentation is going to be speaking on creating a climate-aware workforce, and we'll look at the role of HR in environmental sustainability and building a culture of sustainability. It's a presentation that will be delivered virtually. The speaker could not join us here in person, but he is joining us virtually. I want us to put our hands together. I know he can hear us. Let's put our hands together for the President AFDIP, Suleiman Soro. Take it away, sir.
Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous. Est-ce qu'on m'entend? Je suis très heureux d'être là avec vous aujourd'hui par le canal des médias. Je voudrais remercier l'ensemble des organisateurs, le président Steve et son équipe, tout le comité d'organisation, le président de la CAR et toutes les personnes qui ont permis que ce grand rendez-vous ait lieu. Donc, merci à tous. Et c'est un honneur pour moi, en tant que président de l'AFDIP, donc l'Association africaine des formateurs et directeurs du personnel, une organisation professionnelle qui regroupe 22 pays, dont 16 actifs, et nous sommes également membres de la Confédération africaine des ressources humaines, donc l'AFDIP. Donc nous sommes là aujourd'hui. Je n'ai pas pu être parmi vous aujourd'hui parce que je souffre de la malaria. Ça arrive, j'ai eu un palu. C'est un palu qui a été détecté il y a 2 jours. Et en ce moment même, se tient également les journées africaines des ressources humaines également du côté du Maroc, qui vont démarrer demain. Donc, c'est tous ces grands rendez-vous qui font de nous des acteurs clés de notre système. Et je voulais féliciter Steve et son équipe et tout le monde pour l'organisation de ce grand rendez-vous. J'adresse mes remerciements au président Raj et je lui dis que nous sommes de cœur avec lui. Et c'est un des grands moments que nous voulons pour l'Afrique, qui soit novateur et qui puisse nous permettre d'aller de l'avant. Alors, pour parler de RSE, de changement climatique et tout ce qui nous arrive, notre rôle en tant qu'acteur RH, nous avons voulu être concrets. Vous savez, quand on vient dans cette terre rassemblement, c'est pour partager des expériences probantes, se donner des idées et repartir avec des plans d'action qui vont être porteurs. Donc, comme disait Napoléon, il dit un bon croquis vaut mieux qu'un long discours. J'ai fait une petite présentation que je vais partager avec vous. Et ensuite, il y a une petite vidéo que je vais partager avec vous pour voir un peu de manière très concrète comment est-ce que les ressources humaines peuvent être un acteur clé pour aider à aller de l'avant, pour aider à avoir une meilleure société et porter des solutions concrètes à toutes les problématiques que nous rencontrons relativement aux problèmes liés au changement climatique et autres. Donc, voici un peu ce que je peux dire en introduction et souhaiter un plein succès à ces assises-là qui ont démarré. Et je n'ai pas de doute que ensemble, nous allons plus loin. Seul, on va plus vite, mais ensemble, nous irons plus loin. Quand nous arriverons à mettre en synergie toutes les forces africaines ensemble, toutes les présentations qui ont été faites ont démontré que le potentiel est chez nous et nous devons pouvoir mettre tout ça en synergie, se resserrer les liens et aller de l'avant pour bâtir une Afrique. Comme disait le président Trump, donc on doit faire de l'Afrique une Afrique rayonnante, une Afrique qui gagne, une Afrique qui émerge. Et c'est nous les acteurs RH et les dirigeants qui pouvons amener ce changement positif dans la vie de nos contemporains. Ceci dit, je vais demander à la technique de passer la petite vidéo que je vous ai réservée avant de poursuivre avec la présentation, la petite présentation brève que je vais vous passer en termes d'actions concrètes. Régie?
Aujourd'hui, la santé en entreprise n'est plus un simple privilège, mais une priorité locale et pour la réussite de nos entreprises. C'est dans cette vision que s'inscrit le programme SIN et la caravane santé. SIN, santé en entreprise, est un programme ambitieux conçu pour sensibiliser, dépister et accompagner les employés dans la prise en charge de leur santé. Plus qu'une initiative, c'est un engagement pour garantir des conditions de travail optimales et une qualité de vie améliorée pour chaque collaborateur. À travers la caravane santé, nous avons également à cœur de toucher les populations des localités environnantes. Cette initiative se déplace directement sur le terrain pour offrir des soins de proximité permettant ainsi aux habitants d'accéder plus facilement à des consultations médicales, à des dépistages et à des conseils de prévention. Ces actions ont un impact profond. Elles favorisent une meilleure santé publique, réduisent les risques d'absentéisme en entreprise et créent un climat de confiance entre les employés et leur entreprise. Au-delà de l'aspect médical, c'est un vecteur de solidarité et de soutien essentiel dans le développement des communautés. Parce qu'une entreprise en bonne santé repose avant tout sur des hommes et des femmes en bonne santé, nous sommes fiers de contribuer à construire un avenir meilleur pour tous.
OK, donc voilà un peu ce que je tenais à vous présenter. Parce qu'au-delà des mots, il faut qu'on ait des actions concrètes, qu'on soit des gens de terrain, des praticiens qui apportent des solutions durables à nos employés, mais également à toutes les communautés qui font l'écosystème dans lequel nous naviguons. Cela est très important. Et je pense que c'est par de telles actions que nous allons arriver à être crédibles vis-à-vis des décideurs, vis-à-vis des organisations qui peuvent nous accompagner pour rendre ce que nous avons, parce que nous avons la chance d'être des privilégiés. Nous devons pouvoir accompagner les autres et poser des actions citoyennes pour qu'il y ait un monde meilleur demain. C'est notre responsabilité aujourd'hui. Nous vivons dans un monde. Demain, nous devons garantir la survie à nos enfants, à nos petits-enfants, et qu'ils aient un monde où on arrive à avoir un minimum de vie avec des aléas qui sont propices pour leur développement et leur éducation. C'est notre responsabilité en tant que citoyen, c'est notre responsabilité en tant que leader. Et donc, ceci dit, on va aller sur les diapos. Je vais vous présenter les axes prioritaires sur lesquels nous devons agir. Diapo, sinon je partage ma diapo. Je vais partager mon écran. Donc, je reviens là-dessus. Est-ce qu'on voit mon écran? Alors, les problématiques que nous avons aujourd'hui, elles sont à 4 niveaux. Elles sont à 4 niveaux. La première, pour moi, qui est essentielle, c'est la qualité de l'environnement dans lequel nous sommes. Donc, à ce niveau, nous avons toutes les problématiques qui sont liées aux questions de déforestation et de dégradation de nos forêts et donc de nos terres. Donc, ce sont des problématiques sur lesquelles nous devons être focus. Nous avons les aléas liés au changement climatique et donc qui parle d'aléas liés à tout ce qui est changement climatique, parle également d'empreinte carbone. Et donc, ce sont des problématiques qui sont prises en compte. Et nous avons le volet sur l'agroforesterie. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on régénère ces différentes plantations? et la préservation des sols et la restauration de nos forêts et donc de notre, euh, de notre végétation qui nous entoure. La deuxième problématique, donc il y a 4 niveaux. Premièrement, sur la qualité de l'environnement. La deuxième, c'est sur la qualité de la vie des planteurs ou des producteurs. Ça dépend dans votre zone dans laquelle vous êtes. Nous sommes dans le domaine de l'agro-industrie et donc focus avec les problématiques liées aux forêts, au café, au cacao. Et nous avons également la qualité de nos produits et tout ce qui concerne la qualité sanitaire et la traçabilité, qui devient aujourd'hui des enjeux clés, parce que pour ceux qui suivent l'actualité, l'Union européenne a mis des règles concernant les produits et je pense que la norme devait démarrer en 2025 et je pense qu'on a eu un sursis, mais pour dire que nous devons être prêts pour affronter ces nouveaux challenges. Donc, quand on revient sur le deuxième volet, la qualité de la vie des producteurs, nous avons le travail forcé, on va dire, le travail des enfants. Et je n'aime pas trop ce terme, je préfère plutôt dire travail forcé des enfants, parce que pour moi, il y a le travail socialisant des enfants, parce que prendre son enfant, l'envoyer au champ, lui apprendre les techniques culturelles, lui apprendre les modes de vie qu'on a, ce n'est pas un travail forcé pendant ces heures de repos ou les jours non ouvrés. Donc, c'est l'apprendre, lui apprendre, faire une transmission de savoir et de compétences. Par contre, prendre des enfants de force et les faire travailler 7 jours sur 7, là, ça change de nature. Prendre des enfants, payer des contreparties à des parents pour avoir leurs enfants. Il y a la question des revenus des planteurs et de leur ménage. Donc, des questions qui nous sont également adressées. Et enfin, une troisième problématique qui concerne l'autonomisation de la femme et des jeunes. Et ça, c'est un sujet qui est crucial sur lequel nous devons regarder parce que nous sommes dans une société qui se veut équitable et égalitaire. Le troisième volet concerne la qualité des produits. Qualité des produits, vous le savez tous que aujourd'hui on utilise pas mal de pesticides, pas mal des engrais chimiques, pas mal de produits et qui ne sont pas tous forcément bons pour l'être humain ou pour l'environnement. Donc, il y a un regard à porter à ce niveau. Et il y a également le volet, on va dire, sécurité alimentaire, qui est très important. Donc, ces deux aspects sont véritablement clés concernant cet aspect-là. Et le dernier sujet qui est pour nous également très important, aussi important que les autres, c'est la qualité sanitaire et les aspects de traçabilité. Aujourd'hui, les gens sont préoccupés, ils veulent savoir ce qu'ils mangent, d'où est-ce que ça vient, ce qu'ils mangent, d'où ça vient, qui le produit, dans quelles conditions, et ça nous pose des questions de transparence. Et donc, voici les questions que nous devons avoir en tête pour tout ce que nous faisons. Et ça, c'est très important. Donc, voilà un peu planter le décor par rapport à la problématique. Mais une fois qu'on a posé ces cadres-là, qu'est-ce que nous, concrètement, nous faisons? Ce que je voulais partager avec vous, c'est que nous, en tant qu'entreprise, moi, je suis salarié d'une entreprise qui s'appelle C'est moi, et donc une entreprise qui est basée en Côte d'Ivoire et qui produit, qui est dans la chaîne de valeur du cacao, donc de la fève jusqu'au produit fini chocolat. Donc, nous avons toutes ces problématiques que nous avons pris en compte à travers un programme qu'on a appelé Transparence Cacao, qui nous permet de nous rapprocher des planteurs et de mettre des personnes avec eux, qui vivent avec eux les réalités et qui les aident à avoir une meilleure production. Nous encadrons les coopératives à être plus fortes et à avoir une meilleure gestion des flux financiers qu'ils ont et sur les règles de bonne gestion. Je pense que c'est notre responsabilité. On ne s'arrête pas seulement aux produits que nous prenons avec eux, nous essayons d'aller au-delà. Et la vidéo que nous avons présentée montre que nous allons au-delà parce que nous sommes conscients que si nous n'avons pas de bons producteurs, nous n'aurons pas de bonnes fèves, nous n'aurons pas de bons produits. Notre responsabilité, c'est également ça. Il faut que les enfants puissent aller à l'école, donc les accompagner, trouver des centres pour faire des productions d'eau potable pour ces populations-là. Et c'est tout ça qui va nous aider demain à être responsables et à atteindre les objectifs que notre organisation, l'Union africaine, s'est fixée à l'horizon 2063. Donc, nous devons tous être comptables de toutes ces actions et aller de l'avant. Et ce que je vais demander à chacun d'entre nous, c'est déjà à son niveau personnel. Il y a des choses qui sont possibles. Nous avons identifié 4 axes qui sont des axes majoritaires. D'abord, arriver à trouver une équipe focus sur le capital humain, le bien-être, l'accompagnement et la formation, et ensuite tout ce qui est lié à la santé et à la sécurité. C'est très important ça. Donc, ces 4 axes sont des 4 clés qui permettent d'agir en interne au sein de votre organisation sur ces différents volets. Premièrement, avoir une équipe qui est dédiée à tout ce qui est humain, prise en charge de l'humain, accompagnement de l'humain, depuis une équipe médicale si possible, en fonction des tailles et de vos moyens. Tout le monde ne fera pas pareil. Il faut avoir, en fonction de ses capacités, en fonction de sa réalité, vous devez avoir des moyens pour aller de l'avant. Mais ce que je veux dire, c'est que tout le monde est capable de poser des actions concrètes, quel que soit votre revenu, quelle que soit votre capacité financière et quel que soit ce que vous produisez. Je le dis parce que quand on accorde de l'importance à l'être humain, quand on en prend soin, je peux vous assurer que vous aurez une production, une valeur ajoutée dans ce que vous faites, et les personnes se sentant considérées vont donner le meilleur d'elles-mêmes. Et donc, en se donnant le meilleur d'elles-mêmes, elles vont être très productives, elles seront plus engagées, elles vont produire davantage, et nous avons des chiffres qui l'attestent. Nous avons vu nos capacités évoluer, notre production évoluer. Quand ces différents projets que nous avons mis en place, notamment le projet immobilier, donc aider les salariés à devenir propriétaires, en prenant soin d'eux par rapport à tout ce qui est alimentation, en créant des activités simples, ça peut être des networking, en faisant collaborer les différentes équipes et en ayant des interactions avec les familles pour des journées portes ouvertes. Donc, ce sont des actions simples qui ne nécessitent pas de gros moyens de mise en œuvre. Donc, et également mettre en place de bons systèmes d'intégration des personnes et être regardant sur tout ce qui est organisation de caravanes santé. Et pour les caravanes santé, j'ai l'honneur de vous dire, et le privilège de vous dire que vous avez la possibilité, on a mobilisé des partenaires. Santé en Afrique, c'est un partenaire qui est à notre disposition et qu'on pourra faire bénéficier à tous les pays africains avec des conditions favorables pour nous aider à avoir des populations saines. Ils font des bilans multimaladies et on aura l'occasion peut-être d'en revenir là-dessus, mais c'est pour vous dire que c'est possible de pouvoir faire de grandes choses avec très peu de moyens. C'est la volonté qui est le plus important et l'engagement des dirigeants et donc des acteurs et des leaders. Si nous sommes engagés, nous aurons une société plus nourrie, plus sociale. Et quand on parle de solidarité, il n'y a pas quelqu'un qui est plus solidaire que l'Africain. Et donc, c'est déjà une force pour nous. Intrinsèquement, nous sommes appelés à être solidaires. Donc, il faut que nous profitons de cette solidarité-là pour pouvoir poser des actions, on va dire, des actions concrètes, des actions impactantes pour le bonheur de tous. Donc, voilà un peu quelques pistes qu'on peut prendre pour pouvoir les améliorer. Alors, pour être très concret, j'ai fait une enquête en 2022 ici pour voir un peu ce lien-là. Nous avons 4 valeurs fondamentales dans notre groupe. C'est l'engagement, la passion, le partage et l'innovation. Donc, ce sont des valeurs fondamentales que nous vivons au quotidien et qui font partie de l'ADN du groupe. Et grâce à ces valeurs, nous nous posons des actions pour le personnel, mais nous avons voulu avoir un retour des bénéficiaires afin d'améliorer les actions que nous posons, afin d'améliorer les actions concrètes que nous avons et voir leur impact sur le terrain. Donc, l'enquête a été faite et nous avons voulu savoir quelles sont les valeurs qui étaient partagées au sein de l'entité, des entités. Et vous avez vu ces valeurs qui vont du respect, en passant par la bienveillance, l'amitié, la fraternité, le partage, donc l'altruisme, la tolérance, la convivialité, jusqu'au travail, sont des valeurs que nous vivons au quotidien. Mais on s'est rendu compte que la valeur qui vient en tête, c'est celle du travail, donc qui ramène les deux valeurs qui vont en tête, c'est le travail et le respect, donc qui ramène dans nos valeurs à l'engagement. Donc des équipes qui sont engagées, qui sont focus sur le travail, parce qu'on sait leur rendre leur place et on est à leur côté pour les assister et leur apporter le maximum. Donc faire de ces personnes-là des ressources qui sont intérissables et leur donner l'importance, le respect et les considérer comme des personnes égales. Et ça, c'est très important. Nous avons également essayé de voir sur ce qui est mis en place, des actions simples que nous réalisons, quelles sont celles qui peuvent les amener à pouvoir, qu'on peut améliorer et quelles sont les plus appréciées. Ça peut être des tournois de football, vous voyez ces actions qui sont assez concrètes, des sorties, donc des rencontres, des repas de services qui sont organisés, des activités de fin d'année, des actions simples et qui ont une forte valeur ajoutée pour ces personnes-là. Parce que pour les sorties, on demande aux salariés de venir avec son conjoint ou sa conjointe. Donc, ça permet de créer du lien et d'être ensemble dans une symbiose. Parce qu'on considère l'entreprise comme une famille. Et donc, les valeurs qui sont partagées dans la famille se retrouvent en entreprise. Et ça fait qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons un turnover qui est inférieur à 5%, avec une ancienneté moyenne de 18 ans pour un âge moyen de 48 ans. Ça veut dire que les gens restent et ils restent longtemps là, et parce qu'ils ont ce qu'on leur apporte, ils ont ce qu'ils veulent. Après, il y a d'autres actions qu'on apporte sur la santé, sur les conditions de travail et sur bien d'autres concernant les questions de restauration, voilà, des petites astuces qu'on apporte pour améliorer le quotidien et la vie des collaborateurs. Et donc, quand on a fini de faire ça, on a demandé aux collaborateurs de s'exprimer. C'était une enquête anonyme, donc chacun pouvait dire ce qu'il veut. Et on s'est bien rendu compte que l'un des points forts qui était là, c'était la relation entre le responsable hiérarchique et ses collaborateurs. Cette communication est fondamentale. Donc, c'est la prise en compte des autres. Quand vous les prenez en compte, quand vous en faites, vous prenez soin, je vous assure qu'ils vous le rendent. Et donc, voilà un peu ce qu'on a pu dénoter. Donc, sur une note de 5, on se rend bien compte que la moyenne qui a été attribuée sur notre, qui est le jugement des collaborateurs, leur perception, était de 3 sur 5. Donc, ça veut dire qu'on a encore des efforts à faire, mais ce qui est déjà fait est déjà bon. Voilà. Alors, après ça, je vous fais un focus sur ce qu'on appelait la maison du planteur. Ça, c'est concernant les collaborateurs, mais on a également un volet sur les parties prenantes qui sont en lien avec nous. Donc, on a réfléchi, on a mis en place un concept, puisque nous achetons les fèves avec les planteurs, on a pensé à un concept qui s'appelait la maison du planteur. Maison du planteur, donc on a souhaité que les unités qu'on a mis sur place pour aider les planteurs, et vous voyez sur la carte là, elles sont là, donc on a installé des centres de fermentation, donc qui sont des unités d'achat de cacao et du cacao frais avec les planteurs pour les aider dans la pénibilité du travail qu'ils ont. Donc, les aider quand ils ont le cacao, leur montrer comment ça se passe, les techniques de fermentation, pour qu'ils aient un cacao à forte valeur ajoutée et qui est payé avec une prime. Donc, ils travaillent moins et ils sont mieux rémunérés. Parce qu'on les accompagne, parce qu'on a des équipes dédiées pour les aider à faire. Et on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait des besoins. Ils ont des enfants qui vont à l'école. Ils ont besoin d'être connectés aujourd'hui avec Internet. Donc, dans ces centres, nous avons mis des connexions Internet avec des Wi-Fi pour permettre aux enfants des planteurs de venir là pour étudier. Et deuxièmement, de faire des cours de renforcement et également de pouvoir profiter. Aujourd'hui, on passe par Internet pour faire les documents administratifs et autres. Et donc, ils viennent et les agents sur les centres les aident à pouvoir remplir ces formalités basiques. Donc, voici des actions qu'on a faites. Donc, c'est de renforcer ce volet communautaire-là avec une personne qui est dédiée là-dessus et qui s'en occupe par plusieurs actions. Donc, c'est des expertises agronomiques qu'on fait sur le centre et on fait pas mal de projets pour pouvoir aider ces planteurs-là à avoir cette dignité, à être des personnes fières de ce qu'elles sont et de se sentir considérées. Et la caravane santé que vous avez vue à l'image fait partie de ce programme-là, ce vaste programme. Donc, la caravane santé fait partie de quelques activités que nous avons pu réaliser. Donc, nous avons la caravane santé que vous avez vue. Nous avons des cours d'alphabétisation et de renforcement que nous donnons sur ces centres. Il y a des projets d'autonomisation de la femme et de la jeune fille, donc avec des cultures maraîchères. Et ces cultures maraîchères sont rachetées par nous pour pouvoir alimenter la cantine d'entreprise, donc dans un cercle vertueux, donc, et dans une économie circulaire bien déterminée. Donc, voilà autant de projets qui sont mis en place et qui nous permettent de pouvoir aller de l'avant. Donc, alors, si tout ça est fait, ce que je peux demander à chacun d'entre vous, c'est de faire en sorte que ces petites actions que nous posons collectivement et individuellement, que chacun à son niveau, en ce qui le concerne, puisse s'y mettre et faire en sorte que chacun à son niveau pose des actions, des petites actions qui vont nous permettre d'aller de l'avant et de faire de grandes choses. Donc, pour ne pas être très long, et compte tenu également de mon état, je vais peut-être m'arrêter là et vous remercier pour votre écoute et vous dire que la seule chose qu'il nous faut aujourd'hui, c'est de l'audace. Il faut qu'on soit audacieux et qu'on passe par des petites actions. On n'a pas besoin de grandes actions, de grands moyens pour agir, que chacun à son niveau puisse poser des actions concrètes. Le tout, c'est de passer à l'action et d'agir. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. And before we go to the next presenter, it is time for me to bring in an icebreaker on some mental wellness and stress relief session. I was told we all need it. And so I would like to call upon Mr. Emmanuel Manirarora, who's actually a wellness and stress relief coach from MHub, Rwanda. Where is he? Come. Can we appreciate him as he comes, ladies and gentlemen? Servant leadership. I'm going to take the mic to him.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm very happy to be here. And we were just in the presentation hearing different ideas on how we can improve maybe the environment, but also improve maybe where we are operating. But I'm coming here, to improve then the environment within, We're just like looking to the environment around us, but also we have the environment inside us. And it's really very important to take care of it because it starts from there, right? Most of the bigger changes start within. So that's what just we are going to look at. And simply we'll use our body, maybe have been having a discussion with between each other. But now we are going to have a discussion with ourselves. Is it even possible? Of course, yes. Is it really needed? Definitely. So that's what just we are going to see. So I invite you to sit straight on your chair. Really sit straight, upright. And then look around in the room. Maybe the people that are around you, If somehow your eyes meet with some eyes of somebody, you can smile. It's okay to smile, It's very good to smile, right? And at workplace, we need a lot of smiles because it changes everything, right? So now I invite you to look here. I invite you to look here. As you sit in your chair, I want just you sit up straight. Your both feet are on the ground. And start noticing your feet where they are on the ground. Feel them. It's fine to feel your feet on the ground. Sometimes we really forget. We are just simply working and taking it for granted. Thank you, Letro. So Letro is just going to assist me, but it will be more cool. So you relax your hands on your knees. As we do so, I invite you to relax one arm of your shoulder of your choice. Start really squeezing the muscles around your shoulders. How does it feel? Using one end on my shoulder, massaging my muscles. You are really having a self-discussion. And it's from there, let me tell you a secret. Sometimes we say, okay, I have a life partner, but who is your life partner? Actually, your body, right? Because you have been with your body since until now. The people can come and go, but your body stays. When you separate, then it's done. Now squeeze all the way down, all the way down, all the way down. Feel your arm and be appreciative to your arm. How much has it done for you? And then you squeeze all the way up and we be ready to switch. You switch, you feel your arm, say, okay, this is my arm. This is how it feels to touch my arm. Is it not lovely to feel ourselves? It is. And guess what? When we start being kinder to ourselves, we can be kinder to other people as well, especially even at the workplace. If you don't know how to handle yourself, how can you handle other people? So now from there, I want just we keep our hands like this, then you lift your arms up, and then you bend. I will stand, but you can remain seated, no problem, to support my friend. Then you lift your arms up, you bend in your elbows. Look how we have lit the very beautiful flowers in the sky through this room. And then you bend. One more, you reach up, and then you bend. So we are just going to incorporate another element, which is breathe in and breathe out. This is really the very, how should I say, the very important resource we need. That's why we need to take care of our environment, to breathe the clean air, right? So how are you going to do it? You will breathe in, like opening your arms like this. As you breathe out, you do like this. You breathe in your nose. As you breathe out, you do like this. Inhale deeply, open your arms. Exhale, contract your chest by hugging it. One more, open. Exhale again, contract. Slowly, we relax our arms like this. It's okay, you will move to the leave me you feel you are comfortable, just like this. 1, 2. Maybe some of the people may feel some form of pain in the shoulders. It's okay to feel the pain. No, it is there, right? But what is more important is to learn why is this pain is there. What can I do about it, rather complaining? Slowly, you reverse the process. You reverse the process. Wonderful. Now we relax. So we are just going to add another little fun stuff. So we reach your arms up like this. As you breathe out, you can say, ha. It's fine. A voice of release. Inhale up. Exhale, say, ha. You release your shoulders, inhale up. Exhale, drop. Ha. One more time, inhale up. Exhale, drop. Ha. Let's now work on our stiffy backs. So we even if we are sitting like this, you will reach one arm up. As you breathe out, you bend to the side. Right? Inhale, you reach another arm up. Exhale, bend to the other side. Sometimes we can even add up the side breath. Inhale up. Exhale. Inhale up. Exhale, sigh out. One, inhale up. Sigh out. Last time, inhale up. Sigh out. So you sit to the front of your chair. You relax the hands here. You see? My hands, I'm relaxing to the back. Like here. Then what we do, we open our back a little bit. We look up to the beautiful ceiling. We breathe in. We breathe out, looking up there. Inhale. Exhale. Breathe in deeply. Breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Exhale, now come over, and relax your butt reach. You relax really your head. Feel how it feels. Whatever, just where you are able to reach, it's okay to be with your body. And now relax your head. Relax your shoulders. Let your back be free. Let your knees be free. And feel how the breath now is moving in naturally without manipulating it. And feel how the breath is moving out. You breathe in slowly and gently. We breathe out slowly. One more time, you breathe in. As you breathe out, you come up. We are really trying to move to an end. So we are just going to do a gentle self-tapping, which is saying hello to our body. One arm to the shoulder, you do like this. One. Gentle tapping. Sometimes we tap to the shoulders of our friends. You know, you say, okay, you're going to be fine. So you can do it to yourself as well. Light, then all the way down. All the way down. Then you clap the hands for taking care of yourself. And then all the way up. And then we switch to the other arm. We are switching to the other arm. You tap all the way down. So self-tapping is really very helpful. When we are stressed out, our body gets tense. And we get some inflammation in different parts of our body. So even just to your belly. So when you are tapping, you are releasing, those tensions. You tap to your lower back. Many people suffer from here. But with the gentle tapping, you can help your back. Slowly, you tap there. Yes. It's okay. The way you feel you are comfortable. And all the way down. And then all the way up. So finally, but not the least, open your arms, breathe in deeply, look up. As you breathe out, you hug yourself and stay with yourself for a few seconds. You can close your eyes if you want to, and listen to your heartbeat. By hugging yourself, listen to your heartbeat. Listen to the flow of your breath. Notice the body temperature. Be aware of the emotions you are having now. How am I feeling? Am I happy? Am I sad? Am I angry? It's okay. All the emotions are the message our body receives to adjust or to stay. So don't have to confuse yourself with the emotions. That's why you don't have to say, I am angry. No. I feel angry. It's a feeling. And then you can relax maybe both hands to your heart like this a little bit. And feel yourself. As you are coming to an end, do you feel? What is the change? And for sure, I'm here representing MHub, and we do take this knowledge at workplace to facilitate the employers to improve the well-being at workplace. There is a lot of discussions that can be done, telling people and reminding people how to take care of themselves, and we really need it. So thank you so much for having me for this short time, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And we would like to teach you some few words in French. We've been learning comment ça va, but for now we are going to learn santé mentale, mental health. Can you repeat after me? Santé mentale. Thank you so much.
Well done, well done. Can we appreciate the team from MHub? Santé mentale. Je suis malade à la tête. We are learning, we are learning. Thank you very much, thank you very much. I want us to move so swiftly because we are slightly running behind schedule. And I want us now to put our hands together for the next speaker, who's going to talk to us about creating a robust corporate HR leadership. And we will be hearing from Peter Cheese, who's the Chief Executive Officer of CIPD. Let's appreciate Peter as he prepares to deliver this presentation for us. He's on standby. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can hear me all. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hopefully people can hear. I'm not getting. Can somebody wave if you can hear me? Yeah. Thank you. Well, I'm certainly feeling very relaxed after that last session. I was doing the patting of my shoulder all the way here from London back to you in Kigali. But it is my pleasure to be able to talk to you all a little bit about what we see is happening in the world of HR and the need to invest in ourselves as a profession. I've spent many times in Africa, different parts of Africa, and I'm sorry not to be with you in person today, but I run the CIPD, so we're the professional body for HR and people development based out of the UK. We have 160,000 members in more than 90 countries around the world, and there may well be CIPD members in the audience today as well. And as you probably heard, we have also got good connections and a partnership with organizations in Africa as well, particularly CIPM in Nigeria. So a big hello to colleagues in CIPM Nigeria. But I'm going to hopefully present some slides. Hopefully you'll be able to see these. If we can switch to them. I can't tell whether they're up or not, but hopefully they are. So let's give it a go and see if we can make this work. So first of all, I would say we are in times of very significant change. I've been in business a long time. I spent many years in consulting, working around the world, and I don't think I've ever seen so many things all happening at once. And you may well be familiar with the pestle analysis of political, economic, social, technological, legal, and environmental. And what is extraordinary is that there are things happening every one of those dimensions, which is affecting the world of work. It's affecting the nature of jobs that we do, the nature of our organizations and our working practices. And of course, it's also affecting our workforces and their expectations. And when we survey our own membership and what are seen to be the most important issues that our profession is dealing with, and hopefully you can see this slide. I can't tell whether you can see the slides or not, but I will read through them if you can't see them. But we've surveyed a lot of people across our membership, and the thing that comes up, which is interesting, first of all, looking at it from a senior leader's perspective, is that top issue is developing effective leaders and managers. And we know we can't create the cultures in our organizations that support our people properly and effectively unless we are also developing our leaders and managers to be good people managers and then to hold them to account for being good people managers. We also have many other concerns. I mean, we've already talked in the previous session about santé mentale, so mental health and well-being, and supporting the well-being of our employees. And it is very encouraging to see how much that is regarded as a critical issue. We also have addressing skills gaps and building capability for the future. And I think all the surveys today, when you ask organizations what they're concerned about, they will often point to the concern about having skills gaps, being able to recruit for the skills that we need. But of course, we will never be able to recruit for all the skills that we need. So we need to make sure that we are building the capabilities in our organization through learning and development to upskill and reskill our people more and more regularly. And we also have within the big list of issues here, things like navigating the use of artificial intelligence. I think there's no doubt around the world that we are seeing the growth of artificial intelligence as a really important factor in the future of work. And we have a very, very important role to play in our profession to help to ensure that we are using artificial intelligence responsibly and ethically, and that we get involved through our profession in helping to design the jobs of the future where we are using artificial intelligence to support the human being. So artificial intelligence being our partner as human beings in being more productive and more effective in what we do. And I'm sure many of you are experimenting with different aspects of artificial intelligence, whether it's helping in some of your basic work organization, or maybe you're using generative AI tools to help do things like develop policies or job descriptions or employment contracts. There are so many different ways that people are now looking at using artificial intelligence, and it's important that we experiment with these things. Also, other things on the list of things that are concerning people, change management. How do we support organizations going through restructuring and change? And that is a very big question for all of us. So just quickly to amplify a couple of points. It's often been talked about that we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where this really is about how we combine technology with people, as I've already touched on. And so what are the implications of jobs, skills, education, and society? And what is our role as a profession, as I've already said, in ensuring that we are creating good jobs for the future and that we are using technology responsibly? So I spend a lot of time talking to many organizations and many people about technology, about artificial intelligence. And I think the important thing is, as a profession, that we lean into this agenda, that we experiment with it, that we encourage our organizations to think about different ways that we can apply artificial intelligence to our work, but that we do that from very clear principles. Principles, of course, around things like privacy and security of information, and making sure that we are learning from each other and that we are experimenting, but that we are also, as I said, making sure that we're using artificial intelligence in responsible ways. But this is going to be a growing agenda for us because the pace of technology is such that many people now talk about our job skills will have a half-life of no more to 3 to 4 years, which means that our jobs will need, or the skills we need for our jobs will need upskilling and reskilling. Perhaps at least half of those skills need upskilling and reskilling every 3 to 4 years. So a lot going on, and I haven't touched, and perhaps it's important very quickly to touch on things like social change, because we also talk a lot about generational differences and expectations of our workforces that are changing all the time. The demand of younger generations as they come into work to see work being personalized around their needs, and of course that they want a voice in work. And also that they are properly supported by their line managers and things like that. So we have many things that we need to think about. And what does this all mean? Well, I think ultimately it does mean, of course, that we come back to this idea of putting the human at the center of work. And there are many things that means. It does mean helping to empower people, to recognize people appropriately, that people feel safe at work, that they feel included at work, that we are looking after their well-being, their mental as well as their physical well-being, that we're giving them voice, and that we're also talking about much more this idea of work-life balance and work-life integration. And I'm sure many of you in your organizations are looking at things like flexible and hybrid working. That seems to be quite a universal trend following from the pandemic, that we are rethinking the ways in which we can work. And indeed, the generations coming into the workplace now have a real expectation that they will be given opportunities to work more flexibly, whether that might be the hours that they work, the schedules that they work, or where they work, so working when you can from home as well as from the office. And that is, I think, a very, very important shift in how we think about work. And that is something that we, of course, as the HR profession, need to be, and I'm sure you are, very closely engaged with in helping to navigate these changes in the workplace with your organizations. But I am absolutely sure that these changes in the ways that we are working are here now for the long term, because we've had technology for a long time, but we haven't always used it effectively to give people more choice in how and where they work. And that is what people want, and it is very important, and all the surveys that we've done show that it is very important in terms of flexible working for people's well-being. But it is also very important for inclusion. We know how important it is to create inclusive workplaces, to encourage people with all different backgrounds and experiences to be able to work. And particularly, I know in many of your countries, getting more women to be able to contribute to the workplace. And flexible working is very much part of the solution to that. So, really focusing on people is at the very heart of our business thinking. And that we need to develop our managers, as I've already touched on, and hopefully you can see this slide, but how we develop our managers to be good people managers has never been more critical. Typically in the past, we have promoted people to be managers because they are the best at their job. They're the best salesperson, the best computer programmer, the best technician. But we need them to be good people managers as well. In a world of work that is changing as fast as it is, where people are working in different ways, where we're trying to develop more diversified teams, and where the expectations of our people are changing, we need to make sure that we are training our managers to be good people managers. And then to think about our profession, the HR profession, as an enabling function. And our job is to enable managers to do a good job, because we are not managing all the people. It is the line managers and then their managers up through to the very tops of our organizations. They are the ones managing the people. So we need to make sure that we're training them properly. And historically, that is not something we've done very well. As I said, we've tended to promote people because of their technical job skills. And yet we need to also assess them and evaluate them and support them in terms of how they develop and manage their people. So when you add all of these things together, our research of the profession shows that this is an exciting time. It's a challenging time to be in our profession for sure, but it is an exciting time too. And you can find these reports on our website, the CIPD website. But we did a report a couple of years ago looking at the people profession out to the year 2030. And the things that came through very strongly echoed some of what I've already said in terms of the priorities for the profession. But what the ideas that have been talked about are really the more strategic parts of what we do as a profession. And this is the stuff that we need to be involved in. So the top 5 or 6 areas that came out, first of all, being able to support internal change. So how we manage change effectively is something that we need to help our organizations do. And how we evolve our organizational models, our structures, our operating models, and our processes to ensure that our businesses are agile and adaptive, because we need that in a fast-changing world, but also that we are creating cultures that support people, as I've already said. So managing and supporting internal change, understanding restructuring, thinking about operating models and cultures is a very big strategic agenda for us, and it is what our businesses need us to be able to support. Secondly, digital and technological transformation. And I've already talked about this, but it was very good to see that the profession itself is recognizing this is a space we need to support our organizations in. So how do we, as I said, use technology responsibly? How do we ensure that the jobs that we are designing for the future, using technology and using tools like generative AI are building the best for our people. And that through that process, we are also recognizing more and more that the skills that we need are the human skills, the soft skills, the skills of being able to communicate effectively, to collaborate in teams effectively, to learn, and of course to think critically and to have curiosity. And those skills are really central now to how we think about the skills of people for the future of our workplaces. And ideas like critical thinking and curiosity in a world where there is so much information, we need to be able to think critically. Is the information that we are being presented the right information? Is it truth? Is it not truth? And how do we develop judgment and situational judgment in all our people to be able to assimilate all this information and knowledge, and certainly as supported by technology, to ensure that we are driving the right kind of outcomes for our people. The third area that people talk about is changing demographics and diversity and inclusion strategy. I've already touched on that as well. Really important that we are championing in every organization this idea of inclusion. We need people from all backgrounds and experiences, and we need organizations that reflect the communities of which they are part and the customers which they serve. So that, of course, has been a debate for quite a while, and we need to continue to champion the idea of inclusion and safe workplaces for all so that we can build organizations for the future. The fourth area being talked about was diversifying employment relationships, and that just recognizes that when we think about strategic workforce planning today, we're not just talking about the skills and capabilities of our people today, but what are the skills and capabilities that we need for the future? And what might we get some of those capabilities? So there's this idea of, do we buy, build, borrow, or bot? Do we buy in and recruit the skills? Do we build the skills through great learning and development? Do we borrow those skills by contracting or partnering or outsourcing parts of our business? Or do we find ways of automating some of the skills and capabilities that we need? And all of those things can work together, of course. They're not either or options. So do we buy, build, borrow, or bot are very much parts of ways which we have to think about the future and the capabilities that we're going to need, because every organization will not be able to recruit all the skills and capabilities that it needs. And we need to think about other ways of developing skills and talent. So diversifying employment relationships is very important. And then finally, and I think the previous speaker was talking a bit to this as well, is our role as a profession in ensuring that we are building responsible businesses and organizations for the future that are sustainable in everything that means. Sustainable financially, but also sustainable in terms of how we work with our customers and our suppliers, our communities, support the environment, and all those things that we now see as part of what it means to be a responsible business. And that's important for our future as organizations, but it's also important to the people that we recruit. The younger generations in particular are much more aligned to the idea of what is your purpose as an organization? How do you as an organization demonstrate your responsibility and your understanding of your responsibility to all your stakeholders? And those stakeholders include your workforce and your people. They include your customers. They include your suppliers. They include the environment. And we have a big role as a profession to play in supporting those ideas. So as I said, we were very encouraged when we did this survey across the profession in many different countries, that these strategic ideas, these big goals for the profession, are what people were really focusing on. So to wrap things up, because I've been asked not to talk very long because I know you're a little bit behind schedule, a couple of sort of closing thoughts. We do need to ensure, of course, through our profession that we are delivering good people management practices and that we are training our managers in how to support people all the way from recruitment and development and promotion and performance management and so on. But I think we are in a world now where it's not so much best practice. There is not a single best practice in many of these areas. We've got to figure out what's the best fit for our organization. What do we need to prioritize? And a good example of that would be around things like flexible working. Flexible working is now a people practice. But there is not one single solution to it. There's not one single way in which we all need to say, well, if we can work in a hybrid way, then let's work Tuesdays and Thursdays or something like that in the office and the rest of the time at home. We've got to figure out what is right in the context of our organization. And it may not even be one solution for the whole organization. I mean, most organizations, if I take hybrid working, you need many people who need to be in a place of work to work. But how do we support them as well in more flexible practices? And that we drive what we do much more from the basis of outcomes and evidence that supports what we are doing is making a difference. And we need to train our managers on outcomes as well, because they are still judging. There's too much in organizations everywhere, too much judging of performance based on input and not enough based on output. So we will tend to judge people as saying, well, you look like you're working really hard. You seem to be really committed. So I assume, therefore, that you are performing well. But we have people working in different ways. We can't always see them, or they're working part-time. And we need to make sure that we are training our managers and understanding outcomes, and then using evidence to support the outcomes that we are then evaluating people's performance on. And that will apply not just to individuals and teams, but all the way through for organization outcomes as well. And secondly, this more sort of strategic focus on HR, if you will, is very much around some of these bigger ideas I've talked about. So operating models, organizational strategies, strategic workforce planning, understanding cultural and organizational dynamics. These are the strategic agendas for HR where we really do need to build our capability and our confidence. And we need to educate business leaders as well, because one of the challenges that we've faced for so long is that many of our business leaders do not understand what strategic HR is. And they don't understand these issues of operating models or how to understand culture. And these are things that are our professional domain space. We need to also, therefore, educate and help to develop leadership at the most senior levels in their understanding of culture and their understanding of operating models and strategic workforce planning. Because no business strategy today is complete unless we also understand these issues. And without understanding, for example, the capabilities that we're going to need in the future in order to deliver our business strategy, then how can we be sure that we will be able to deliver that business strategy? So these are really, really important dimensions of our profession. And as I said at the beginning, this is a really exciting time for us all. You know, there are challenges, and that leads me on to my final point. We need, therefore, to invest in ourselves. We need to see ourselves as a profession. And most of you, I'm sure, in the audience are connected to some of your local HR institutes, but it is very, very important that we see ourselves as a profession. And what does a professional mean? Well, it means these things. It means everything from, you know, perhaps having done qualifications in some way that we can recognize. It certainly means that we support continuous professional development, because we haven't always invested enough, as I said, in our own learning. That we see ourselves having a social and ethical responsibility. And most HR professional bodies, including the CIPD, including the CIPM, and many other HR institutes, have codes of practice and codes of conduct, which we need to see ourselves as accountable for. We also need to be able to apply things like situational judgment, and that we feel that sense of identity with a wider profession and community that we can connect with and learn from. And if we do those things, not only will we equip ourselves with the skills for the future, but that should drive greater confidence in what we do. And others should see from outside the profession that we are credible in what we are doing, because that has not always been true. And I think in the past, we haven't always had the confidence because perhaps we haven't invested enough in ourselves. And I often compare ourselves as an HR profession with finance and accounting. We would never hire an accountant who wasn't qualified and who that we knew wasn't doing their continuous professional development. And yet we've done that in HR. And we really do need now, I think, to move to a space where we can support professionalism, professional growth, which gives us the confidence and the credibility to take on these very big agendas that I've described. So finally, that's of course what we stand for as the CIPD. That's what professional bodies should stand for, is helping to build the standards. What does it mean to be a professional HR specialist in different areas? How can we understand some of the capabilities that we need and then be able to assess ourselves against those and see where the learning journeys are that can help to develop those skills? And I think many of you may have referred to this model, and it is accessible on our website. But you will notice that what we talk about at the beginning is things like being principles-led, and I've talked about principles, being evidence-based, and I've talked about evidence, and being outcomes-driven, and I've talked about outcomes as well. And that should define us in terms of our thinking, on which we then build critical knowledge, core knowledge, and core behaviors. And then on top of that, we get into our sort of specialist knowledge and specialist knowledge areas. And all of that is built from also the idea of what is our purpose as a profession. And that would be my closing thought for you. As I've said, this is an incredible time for our profession. We have the opportunity to shape the future of work. And I don't say that lightly, but we really do, because the future of work is changing all the time. And we have that opportunity to shape that future. And at the very heart of what we do and what we talk about as our purpose is championing better work and working lives. So jobs that are meaningful, jobs that use people's skills effectively, jobs and job environments that are supportive to our well-being. Those are the characteristics of good work. And if we can do those things, then people are more productive. They will stay with us as organizations and being good employees. And then work and working lives. Working lives is the idea that we help people develop. And through that, they fulfill their human potential. But it is also good for their mental and their physical well-being, as we've already touched on. So that hopefully, and I don't know if you could see the slides, but hopefully I've been able to talk through them, is, I think, what we are all aiming for as a profession. And as I've said, what an incredible time. And we need to network together. It's great to see you all in the room networking together, because we can learn so much from each other and together help to drive a great future for all of our workforces and indeed for ourselves as well. So I'm going to stop there and I'm going to hand you back to the MC. But thank you very much for having me and being able to talk a little bit with you this afternoon.
Peter, thank you so much. Thank you, Peter. This was very insightful, very helpful details. And I believe that we've all had you loud and clear. And I'm hoping that this presentation can even be available for members in the room to be able to refer back even when they go back home.
Of course.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give Peter a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to, in the next 10 minutes or so, present to us some other key components around the areas of C-suite expectations on HR strategy to build influence and trust within the executive team, among other key pointers. I want us to put our hands together for the Chief Human Resource Officer, GB Group, Dr. George Sedki. Let's appreciate Dr. George as he comes. He says he's not coming if you don't going to give him more round of applause, please.
Good evening, and thank you, everyone. I'm just waiting for the portable mic because I think all of us, after the lunch and after having all these speeches, if I stand here, I will be the first to sleep. So I asked for a portable mic just to move and to make also all of you engaged and share with us your thoughts. Hello? Yes, okay. Creating a robust corporate HR leadership and culture, preparing organizations for culture change. Then now you can sleep, no problem. A very long topic, Stephen, when he told me about it, I told Stephen, how many days do you want me to deliver this session? It's a very big topic, but I think we can do it, all of us as HR professionals, in a very effective and engaged way. Today, I'll talk about 3 topics: the corporate culture, the need for a change, and what is our role as HR to build a robust HR leadership and culture. First of all, I will not go into definitions about corporate culture, but let us focus on the 6 principles of any corporate culture: core values, norms, leadership style, communication, work environment, vision and mission and purpose of the organization. What's our role into these 6 attributes? First of all, communication and core value. As HR, we need to know what message we should be delivering to our employees, when to deliver it, how to deliver it, to whom we should deliver this message. We should put our core values into the heart of all our activities. Everything we are doing as HR, we are building and saluting the people who are behaving according to our core values. We want to build a positive work environment. And when we are talking about a positive work environment, we are talking about an environment which again appraises and salutes the adherence to the core values of the organization. Also a work environment, a positive work environment, which enables the speak up. Let the people speak up. Not only speak up about the concerns and the negative points. No, we need to let them speak up about their ideas, about what they think, about what they see, how to develop what we are doing. So we go into more innovative approaches. Of course, as HR, we need to promote diversity and inclusion, equity. Hear from all backgrounds. Welcome all ideas. Make sure that all people at the organization are treated fairly and with equity. Have inclusive programs for all your people, regardless their religion, regardless their race, their color, their gender, whatever they are. Include all people. And of course, recognize and reward all your employees who are able to support you in having this. Culture change. We, as what Peter was talking about right now, we are in a very dynamic and changing economy, culture, basics, everything. We need to think of organizational culture change. But before we think of organizational change programs, we need to focus on how to do it, how to prepare ourselves. Many of the change programs fail because we focus on the what, not the how. We often think what to change, not to think how to change. We need to be aware of the importance of any change program. We need to prepare ourselves as HR. We need to make our homework first before going to the people. I myself as HR need to know the importance of any change program or idea I'm going to implement. And I need to think first how to do it rather what to do it. We need for ourselves to understand the need of a change, and we need to think also and to prepare ourselves how we are going to overcome the resistance. Resistance is there. Whenever you will be having a and a change program, you will have a resistance. You need to think Not what will be the resistance, how you are going to overcome this resistance, how to align your change with the organizational goals, how you are going to be a strategic HR. Once you did your preparation, your homework, start to implement. And the first thing to implement is to measure what's your status quo right now, what do you need to do, what do you need to do. You need more robust culture. What is the status of your current organizational culture right now? You need to see the difference and start to have your plan to bridge this gap. While you are doing your plan, think about engaging all the employees across the organization into your change so that they are not your resistance people, they are the owners of the change you are going to do. Not only the employees, but also the leadership. You need to have the leadership a big role in the cultural change you are planning to do. You need to tell the leaders, leadership is all about walk the talk. It is not about talking only. No, as a leader, you need a strong corporate culture. You need you as a leader to be more transparent, more communicative with the people, more resilient. You need to be walk the talk. They need to communicate the people. Many of our people come and say, we do not know the purpose of the organization. What are we going to do in the next year, in the next 2 to 3 years? Leaders should communicate the vision and purpose. They should be encouraging the employees, their subordinates, to be to change and to adopt the change and celebrate any positive outcomes of the changes. Robust culture. Many practices all over the world for a robust culture. It depends on you. What do you need to do? There are many best practices for a robust corporate culture, but as HR, it is not a copy and paste. You need to think, what do you need to do? While thinking of a robust corporate HR culture, you need to think of 3 different elements in any robust HR culture. First, it has to be strong and resilient. It has to be strong to face any challenges, resilient, strong to overcome, and adaptive to any challenges the culture or the organization face. Second, to be comprehensive and well-balanced, to cover all your system as HR, or your policies, or your procedures, to cover every aspect, every need of different generations in the organization, of different workforce in the organization, of different macroeconomic needs. Third thing, it has to be reliable and effective. It has to be effective in what you need to do. It has to be, you have to measure what you are doing based on the best practices. And when we are talking about the best practices, we have many best practices, but I can share with you these 4 best practices. Continuous learning and development. Make your corporate culture, make your culture a learning environment. One depends on the learning and the development of your people. Foster innovation and creation. Make the people, as I told in the beginning, to speak up with their ideas, to help develop what you are doing in the organization. Build resilient and agile teams. In a continuously changing economy, you need the resilience and the agility in your teams. So build a corporate culture, build a culture which adopts agile and resilient team. Encourage teamwork and collaboration. You can do even more. You can do what best practice in building your corporate culture, but make sure that you are having these 3 elements I told about. While you are having to think of creating or changing your robust HR corporate culture, you need to think of the global trends now, as what Peter also was saying, having the globalization of HR. Many HR trends now are all over the world. Many
things affecting the generations, the Z generation, and now the Alpha generation will have like another 8 to 10 years and going into the first labor market. They are totally different than the Generation Z we are talking about. You need to think of your policies to be more flexible, to have the well-being and mental health at the heart of what you are doing. Take the magic word of these days. Whenever you think of your culture as an HR, you need to think how to align your HR strategy, your change initiative with the technological advancements happening now across the globe. You need to think of the HR analytics, the big data, how to get from the data predictive decisions to predict what decisions you can have. The digital transformation, as what my friend Rachel talked about, it is not about digitalization, it is about digital transformation. You need to transform all things to digital. Enhancing employee experience through technology. Now, the new generation, the Generation Z, is very welcoming any tech app, any technological app he or she can use in performing their jobs and duties. Be the one who introduce these ideas to the tech people to promote and be an attractive organization to these generations. Diversity and inclusion. While thinking of having this robust corporate culture, you need to have diversified ideas, diversified people from different backgrounds, to make sure that you are covering all what's happening over there, not a single line or single path you are thinking of, and having equity and fair treatment for all people, and to have inclusion program and inclusive programs for these people. While thinking of the proposed corporate culture, you are thinking to change. Think about the future. Don't look under your shoes. Don't look about what's going right now. See the future trends of the jobs. See what reskilling, what skills are needed, how you are going to skill your employees to be adequate for the future jobs. Jobs are changing all the time now, and the pace of change is very, very high. You need to cope with this change. You have to check the emerging trends in the workforce, and you have to prepare your staff, your manpower for the future of work. While doing so, don't forget your team, the HR team. Don't forget your people. Focusing on the corporate culture, focusing on the change, focusing on all this, while not focusing on your team, will not lead you to success. Building a resilient HR team. It is very important. That's adaptive to any change. That's having a growth mindset. Please be aware, do not make your team a protective mindset. Let them have a growth mindset. Welcome and abuse and appraise every new idea from your team to build the growth mindset. Encourage the continuous learning through different programs. Any program you can see, your team see is available to develop them, please go ahead. A collaborative and supportive environment. HR is not working on an isolation from other departments, business units, companies. HR, it's always characterized by being integrated, strategic, and coherent. Tell your people these 3 words about their job. Your job should be strategic, integrated, and coherent. The employees. Many of us focus on the change while we forget that the catalyst and the reason why we are changing are the employees, are the people. We are here for the people. So whatever change you are doing, you have to understand how this change will impact the people in the organization. What are their needs? If this change or this culture you are going to have really understanding the needs and really catering for the needs of your people in the organization? Are your people recognized or just do? No, you should have a culture of recognition of any good work. Good, you did a very good work. You are recognized. Any good idea, you are recognized for having this good idea. Having the development. Now, the Gen Z, we are all talking about the only thing that provokes this generation, that motivates this generation, is the change. They need continuous change. They need to be from post to post, from grade to grade, from job to job, from company to company. Do it inside your organization. Don't seek this change outside. Do it inside your organization. Having career path, have different horizontal moves, have job enrichment for the people, have different development opportunities for the people in the organization. Last but not least, while you are thinking of creating or changing the corporate culture to a robust one, don't forget the economy. Don't forget the environment around you. Don't forget that you as HR have a corporate social responsibility. You should pay back to the environment you are working in. You should pay back to the resources you are using in addition to the human resource to achieve your goals. So you have to focus on building your culture and having the corporate social responsibility part into it. Finally, quick tips for you all. As HR, we have a critical role in driving the organizational success through building the appropriate corporate robust culture in order to achieve the organizational goals. Future of HR, continuous learning, innovative ideas, technology. You should be working on having more knowledge about the future of work, how are the future jobs are to be implemented, how are you going to prepare yourself for these future jobs. 2 points as a call of action to all of us, not you, all of us. HR must adopt the change. We can't be away of the change. We have to adopt the change. Prioritize continuous learning, foster collaboration and teamwork. Build a resilient and agile team. The magic word beside the tech these days is resilience and agility. It is very important to have resilient and agile team. Diversity and inclusion is in the heart of the action point, because without this diversification on the ideas we are hearing, on the background, different backgrounds we are dealing with, you will not achieve a robust corporate culture. And finally, in each change, each thing you are doing, make sure that what you are doing, what you are changing, is aligned with the corporate and organizational strategy, so that, again, HR can be integrated, strategic, and coherent. I hope that I didn't take much time of you. Thank you all. If you have any question, please let me know. Thank you. I know there is no time for the question. I know, don't worry. Okay, you can come.
Well done. Well done. Thank you. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you so much. And we have lots of opportunities for questions and answers. I want us to talk to each other directly, especially during our open networking moments, coffee breaks, tea break. all those opportunities allow us to speak directly to one another in terms of the presentations we've had. I want to give a chance, just real quick, 5 minutes or so, to hear another experience from what we call the gateway into Rwanda. In Kinyarwanda, we call it Irembo. Irembo is a gate. And so Irembo does a very good job in terms of offering e-solutions, and we'll be able to hear a presentation on the impact of e-solutions on service delivery. And the presenter for this is the Director of Customer Experience and Services Distribution at Irembo, Lolioz Nyinawingindi. Let's appreciate her as she comes to present to us the Irembo experience. And then we'll move to the next item. Can we appreciate her, please? We're almost there. We've done well so far.
Good afternoon. It's always hard to present in the afternoon, isn't it? But I hope I can get your attention. Presentation that's been cut in 5 minutes. It's very difficult to go through, but we'll manage. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor to be here. I've been here since this morning. I just only have one question. Do you guys do honorable membership? Because I feel there's a lot to learn as people manager. But if there's that opportunity, I am highly interested. So today, I'm really going to go quickly and highlight when we talk about e-solution and Irembo. First, I want to talk about what is Irembo. I think as a company, one of the things that maybe Rwandans are familiar with is that we are a technology company that designs and develops an operates platform allowing official documents. For example, in HR, you ask for marriage certificate, birth certificate, basically government services, and also processing those, the payments and things like that. So that's what Irembo does. So we believe that innovation in e-services is not just about technology, but it's also empowering people. By digitizing government services, we solved quite a number of things. I'm sure some of other countries are still experiencing this, but before digitization, just to get a birth certificate, remember, we all know when we were born, but someone else is asking for that verification. But it will take you days. I will give an example on myself. I was born but registered in Rusizi. It's about 8 hours from here. So every time I would need a birth certificate, I had to travel to Rusizi. Now, I will go to the sector, first apply, go back and go make a payment at a bank, come back with a receipt, then wait for processing. So that's a lot of time, that's a lot of traveling. But today, you apply for your birth certificate, you can actually receive it in 1 hour. You apply and pay, you can receive it in 1 hour. So this digitization transformation has really enabled people to improve the productivity, the way people move. So it's really something that has changed people's lives. So one of the things we look at is our design principles, really putting the citizen at the center of how do we digitize these government services. We look at from end to end, and our principle is 0 trip, 0 paper. So we try to make sure that we are reducing how many trips, how many attachments that are required so the citizen can apply for themselves. So if you look at the impact so far, more than 80% of time saved for the citizen
This really means there's a government transparency, it means there's efficiency, it means there's trust, and we currently have over 240 services on our platform, really across different institutions, different sectors. It has really enabled citizens to do much more and progress. We collect on behalf of the government about over $300,000 per day. Now, this is also about efficiency, about visibility, about really enabling progress. And then also, we have done over more than 30 million applications so far. And really on a daily basis, we see that having e-services or e-solutions is really impacting people. When we talked about accessibility, so we need to make sure that the platform is accessible everywhere across the country. We have online portal. We also have a USSD for more the people that have feature phones. But now for the digital literacy or people who don't have access to internet, old phones, we have enabled 5,000 agents across the country. Now that's also job creation. We employ mainly youth and graduates and also business people. So it's about accessibility and also about citizens being able to access services without having to make those journeys I was talking about. Now, when we're talking about the impact on people, for Rwandans who sit in the room, I'm sure they can testify on that impact. But really, broadly, it's about making sure that government services are now looked at as easy. We have done a number of things. We have Bikorere campaign. It's literally means do-it-yourself campaign that really goes into the community and builds digital confidence. You can imagine if I thought that process of applying for birth certificate is still the same as I have experienced, it might be also difficult for me to think that it's that simple that I can apply for myself. So we've seen a lot of impact. This year alone, we have seen over 1 million applications of citizens applying on their own, which is really a huge impact from the time we started our campaign. We talked about that we make sure we leverage people in the community so no one is left behind, the agents. There's also digital ambassadors who have responsibility to teach and educate digital literacy in the community. Someone earlier this morning said, let's make sure that we're not a small company, that we fly and expand. One of our vision for the future is to really place the impact we have made in Rwanda across our continent. We want to start with Africa because we believe that if we can impact and really make an interconnected Africa, we can really make things move. One of the things I wanted to really highlight also is that digital transformation also redefines how organizations work. In a lot of presentations, they talked about digital, they talked about technology. It's something really that it's happening, whether we like it or not. Everyone has it in their strategy, as a country, as a continent. It's something for us to embrace. At Irembo, one of the things we have done is, so it's not just about we are digitizing for other people, but we also look at the digital tools to enhance workforce efficiency, collaboration, and employment engagement. So we looked at a data-driven feedback mechanism that allow us to evaluate performance and also really capitalizing on digital onboarding and learning platform to ensure the employees are well equipped to adapt to new technology. I have our HR team here. One of the things I do appreciate is that the forms are online. I don't know how to fill one out manually, but every time you need a service, it comes through your email, you click, you go fill out, you sign, it goes back into the system, and things move. What are some of the lessons we have learned as Irembo? Start with people, not technology. It's important that the right investment in people is made. When we're having different discussions, we talk about Gen Z, we talked about millennia, we talk about different category of people. At Irembo, over 90% of employees are under 40. 63% are Gen Z. So we are very intentional about looking at the young people, how do we enable the workspace, how do we really put things, incentives in place to enable development, to challenge them. I think we have understood a bit of what Gen Z want. For example, in Mabjikorere campaign team, it's 100% Gen Z. But let me tell you, the creativity they bring to the table, it's amazing. It's things that I wouldn't have ever thought about if I had to go into that work and tell them what to do. So it's really amazing when you empower people. One of the other things is invest in continuous learning. Technology is moving fast. We are talking about AI. One of the other things we are doing, we are testing Irembo AI, but we are testing it on our call center. How can we make them productive? Can AI really support them into generating response to the citizen so they are much more efficient? So it's also about how do you now bring them on board and walk the journey with them. The other thing is also prioritize data and decision making. It's very important that we are driven by data. People talked about it, but the data really makes us make sure we are measuring impact and that our e-solutions remain effective, efficient, and user-focused. I want to end by challenging everyone in this room is that the digital transformation is coming. It's a renaissance. And by HR professionals is that the challenge is how do you align with this and how do you bring into your organization to make sure the operations are efficient, the people are more adaptive, and it's also about how do people see it as a benefit, not as against them. So I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak about Irembo. We are here with the team. If you have any other questions, we'll be more than happy to engage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lilios. I have had a chance to experience the Rainbow services, and I know most of us in the room have. Can we appreciate Lilios and her team for a great job at Irembo? Now we are slowly coming down or drawing the curtains to day one, or rather day two, because yesterday I was told a lot happened. And what happens at the cocktail stays there. So I want to call upon the moderator for this session. It's going to be a very short and tight, but also very informative one. It's on looking at technology, HR, and sustainable growth in Africa. We've spoken a bit about technology, and of course, the last speaker has just left it on that good note of the role of technology. And so allow me to bring in the head of business at the World Intermedia Network, WIN, that is Mr. Kabiru Wamiti. Can we appreciate him as he comes, ladies and gentlemen? I know we are tired, but we're almost there. Can we just appreciate him one more time? Thank you.
Esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and fellow HR professionals, good evening. Muraho. Oh, I see it's an evening, seriously. We are so weak, but I hope that you are not going to use a lot of time. Today we are gathered here at the African Human Resource Summit with the theme, aligning human resources strategy and practices to African Union Agenda 2063 and SDGs. My panel discussion will evolve at a topic of paramount importance, that is technology, HR, and sustainable growth in Africa. So this panel will try to explore the intersection of these three critical elements and their impact on the future of work in Africa. I want to introduce my panel. I hope they are ready. And my first panelist is Mr. President Raj Sipasaj. Is Raj around? Okay, has gone, he's out? He's coming, okay. The second one will be Mr. Leonard K. Bosa. It's hard clap for him. Oh, Raj is here, Raj is here. Leonard? Oh, he's coming too. Leonard, for those who don't know him, is the president of the Human Resource Management Association of Uganda. He's actually a leading voice in the HR community and a champion of sustainable HR practices. Mr. Leonard, welcome. Yeah, you can move. Yeah, hard clap for Mr. Large. Yeah, you can take your seats. Next is a person in Kigali that we know. Is Mr. Joseph Godwe. Welcome. Hard clap for Mr. Joseph. I know those ones in banking understand the gentleman. He's the Chief People and Cultural Officer at Bank of Kigali and a seasoned HR leader with a deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities facing African businesses. We cannot miss a lady here. Hard clap for the lady. So we need to meet Giselle Uwase. Giselle Uwase is the Associate Director of HR at BioNTech in Rwanda. Is a rising star in the HR field and passionate advocate for innovation and diversity. Hard clap for the lady. I'm your moderator, and as the MC has said, my name is Kabiru Amiti, the head of business at WIN. I'm a son of Kenya, so Kenyan people, greetings, and a son-in-law to Rwanda. So Rwandese, Ndumbukwe, you have my cows. And as such, you can all understand that when we say one Africa, one HR, is quite sentimental to me. One Africa? One Africa? Thank you so much. So dear panelists, without much ado, we are going to go to what you are supposed to do. And basically, like you have said, the synergy between technology and human resources is a catalyst for sustainable growth in Africa. And technology, with its potential to automate processes, stream operations, and facilitate data-driven decision-making, empowers us HR professionals to manage talent more efficiently. Now, I want to go to my questions, and I want to start with Giselle, ladies first. And also will be assisted by President Large. And I want us to talk about adopting technology for the HR practices. As you are aware, the integration of technology within HR practices has revolutionized the way organizations manage their workforce, right from automating routine tasks to facilitating data-driven decision-making. Technology is really empowering HR professionals to stream operations, enhance employee engagement, and drive strategic growth. Now, my first question to Giselle: how can organizations effectively balance the use of technology with maintaining a human touch in HR practices, particularly in areas like employee engagement and conflict resolution?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'll refer to the presentations that we've been having actually throughout the day today. And we are talking about the future of work being digitalization, etc. But I think we're already in the future of work. It's the present of work currently. And I like what just the presenter before said at Irembo, is that they start first with the people and then after the digitalization of their processes. So I think HR really have a critical role in first, I think, understanding the corporate goals in the organizations that we are working in. What are the corporate goals currently right now and also in future? Because also the organizations that we're working in have to adapt to this digitalization and also align their goals to AI that is coming. So it's really critical that we become HR business partners that really understand, the end goal of the organization. So how do we now, support this? I think the first critical aspect is to make sure that we are making processes very short and very, I would say, concise and efficient. So I think we as HR are seen as people who are usually very operational and paper-driven. I think we have to get far from that aspect of having our own processes, paper, but transform them into digital processes. For that, it requires training of the people, right? First, us as HR, how can we train ourselves to make sure that all the operations that we are doing actually are linked to the goals of the organizations, and we can bring data on the table that will now allow us to really bring a change to in the organizations that we're working on. The second as well, the world is moving so fast, and I think it's important that maybe, I think here we're in different sectors, in the banking sector, in the manufacturing sector, etc. How do we make also our processes in terms of service delivery, maybe at the banks, in the call centers, at the tellers, etc., really very lean, and for that it requires actually employee trainings, etc. So I think the future of work, you're already in it, and digitalization is a journey that, that we first have to start ourselves as HR prior to expanding them into operations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Giselle, for that contribution. And I want to go to Mr. Raj. Most of the speakers have emphasized on technology, and we have had technology now and again. Now, as HRs, what are the key challenges and opportunities in leveraging technology for talent acquisition and development in the African context?
Definitely what the sister just said, and the key is upskilling. If we are not willing to retrain and upskill our employees and our HR departments, just wanted to say that Nassim from African Union Commission said we should probably change it to human capital, because HR, your resources, is not what we should be using. We change it to people management, maybe now to human capital. Yes, if we don't upskill our human capital, our HR or human capital departments, etc., we're going to be left behind. As we know that AI is here, technology is here, and whilst we hear people saying that AI is not taking over our jobs, and I remember a fellow board member, Shamim, who from Uganda, would always say, no, AI is not going to take our jobs. It's very true, AI is not here to take our jobs, but it's going to do our job more efficiently and more competently. And all we need is the right tools, upskill our people, and then move with it. A very key thing is, let us be realistic. AI is not going to replace human beings. And you need to take some comfort in that. The reality is, can a worker who has a conflict or has an issue at work approach a robot and ask the robot for help? Absolutely no. The robot is not going to be understanding the emotions that's going in the individual human being. Therefore, we still need physical human capital managers, practitioners, and not AI managers. I'll park.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Hard clap for my two panelists. To be helped by Mr. Leonard, I want us to dwell on the role of HR in driving our green economy. Now, HR departments are increasingly recognized as key drivers of economy, and by integrating sustainability principles into their practices, HR can significantly contribute to reducing environmental impact, fostering innovation, and creating a sustainable future. Now, my question is, how can HR professionals effectively measure and communicate the impact of green initiatives on an organization's overall sustainability goals?
Thank you so much.
All right.
Ronald, not Bernard. Ronald. Thank you so much, our moderator. I think to talk about the issue of green energy, I think I'll just take a perspective of looking at the entire employee life cycle. I think that makes it easy. Because when we are told that HR professionals, we are the custodians of core values at the workplace, how many of us have core values that speak to the environment? You'll be surprised if I pose this question. By show of hands, most people, your core values are around integrity and other things. I think at the highest level of organization, it's time that we started thinking about the environment and the green revolution at the highest level in terms of core values. Most people talk about it at the other levels. In terms of strategy, the ESG agenda is here to stay. But I also know that most organizations are embracing HR information systems and technology. And what I also know is that engagement and training is going to be an agenda that's going to stay. When we hire in people, a time is going to come when we are asking them what they are doing, if we are not asking them already, what they are doing to conserve the environment. As a standard question, the way you ask candidates, do you have any other question? It should be one of the questions we ask people. The way we ask people about their hobbies, we should be inbuilt the issue of green HR. People should be having KPIs that talk about this area. This area is broad. I wish we had all the time, but I know when you talk about green HR, one of the things that we're trying to promote in Uganda is the tourism. And it is interesting when you look at some of the things that happen in some of our organizations. If we have the best employee of the month, the best employer, the best employees that we have, we should be giving people rewards that are aligned to eco-tourism. Instead of giving them placards, we should be giving them rewards that actually emphasize green energy. One of the things that we've seen happening that side is that every other function, if it is a function of a wedding, one of the gifts that the parents give is a tree. So if we try to mainstream the way people make a Bible or a Quran a standard gift that parents give at such a function, so in much the same way as organizations, we need to step up our reward strategy to incorporate the environment. Some of the things that we are grappling with as a continent is traffic jam. You must appreciate that the things that have been talked about relating to work from home, remote working, speak to the green revolution. If we can push our governments wherever we are, making sure that they pass legislation to the extent that institutions that have innovated and have come up with the solutions that contribute to climate change or favor climate change will be able to get tax-related kind of benefits. Because if you do not touch the entrepreneurs are the ones that are killing the environment. We as HR professionals, we are the ones who are giving them salaries as the top corporates, and they are going to the villages and clearing villages using the money that we give them. What is it that we can do in all those spaces? There is what government can do, but there is what as HR professionals we can do to push the green agenda. We need to mainstream it. I noted a few things as I was seated there. Our job descriptions, weighting scores. There are so many things that we weight. If we decide that we are going to be weighting our behavioral competences, and one of the behavioral competences that we are picking is a green energy, then we should have initiatives. We should be able to give our employees opportunity to get loans, to be able to access more eco-friendly, because who is clearing the green cover? It is the people who have the resources, and these are people who are in our close control. Which means that if we work with different organizations that provide services that are in the value chain of conserving the environment, we are responding to government. We are responding to the 2063 goals. If our procurement processes, somebody talked about a paperless institution. I think it was our friend from Orembo. But I also know that when we talk about cafeteria, and when people go to eat, what do they eat? Are people taking organic related food? When we are giving tenders, a time has come when we are giving contracts to people who give us services, like medical services, like insurance. We know the value chain of HR. We deal with so many service providers. When we are doing a bid or tender evaluation, do we assess those clients and ask them questions around what they are doing to conserve the environment? And we put it there in our scores that is one of the areas we ask. It may not take 10%. It may take 5 or 6% of the evaluation criteria, but it means the revolution has started. In the workplace design, if you want to get a good example, you need to visit Nairobi and you go to the Strathmore Business School. Then you'll be able to appreciate what it means for institutions that have moved a step further. I've talked about, you wanted us to talk about reporting. Feel free. But I believe that if we have a very clear infrastructure in terms of how to report, even the way you see HR started as a small Cinderella department of no significance in organizations many years back. But today, we can have this kind of assembly. A time is going to come when organizations that have made it possible or that have hired fully-fledged ESG officers are given certain rebates on taxes. It's possible, it is doable, it is a revolution that we need to embrace. They may start as champions, but this must translate into very clear roles. I know there is a lot of fight on who should be the custodian of ESG. When the finance professionals are reporting, they always want to report on ESG. The marketing people want to report on ESG. So the HR people, we must come on the table and also be straightforward when it comes to issues relating to green HR. I beg to submit.
Hand clap for Lorna. Now, to my last question, because time is not on our side, I would just love to say this will be the closing question, and that one will be with Joseph. And Joseph, being in the banking sector, I do believe AI is part of his work, and therefore I would like to us to talk about AI and HR for business growth. And with the experience that we have seen at workplaces is that AI is actually helping us as employees. We have seen chatbots, employees are able now to access information as fast as possible. But now the question is, How can organizations ensure that the implementation of AI in HR is ethical and unbiased, particularly when it comes to decision-making processes like recruitment and performance evaluation?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I must indicate that by way of just checking with our audience, just try and think about this for a moment. How many of us would want to have a secretary or a personal assistant that is sitting next to us 24/7? This secretary doesn't say, I want to go for a coffee break. This secretary doesn't complain about the workload. This secretary produces quality work, and all we have to do is the 20% on top to polish our work. And this secretary is very smart and well connected. How many of us, by way of hand, would like to have such a secretary? Please raise your hand. I can only see very few hands. Does it mean that we are those who are respected as people who do complicated work, paperwork? I can see very few hands. Let's see by way of hands. So almost all of us. So I will answer the question as not just HR, but HR versus the organization performance. So the first thing we need to do as HR people, we need to understand why AI, and I will speak briefly about what we do ourselves, why AI, why HR, how do we do that, and what are the actual results that we want to drive in terms of driving performance, driving our own effectiveness, and thereby influencing the entire organization. So we don't need to talk about the definition of AI. What we know and what we've seen, what we've experienced is the power and the capacity of AI to support us when it comes to, efficiency, automation, when it comes to speed of execution and so on. So let's answer the question, why AI? So the first point that we know and that we have seen is, as indicated by so many speakers, is number one, AI is there to elevate and not to eliminate. And when we talk about eliminate, we're talking about eliminating mundane tasks, speed of execution and so on, and to elevate the quality of the work that we do. So again, I just want to give a comment that AI is there, as we always indicate and chat with our friend, that the people using AI is not going to take over the jobs, but it's the people that are using AI that will take over the job of those that are not using AI. That's number one. Then number two, let's just, as HR people, let's look at the future. Now, the future is faster than we think. The future is now, and the future is here. And when you look at the technology changes and things that are happening, we have to be in the forefront when it comes to supercharging the changes that are happening with regards to the adoption of AI. In addition to that, let's talk about generative AI. Generative AI is for everyone. So as long as you're an employee, as long as you are doing meaningful work, Gen AI is for an intern right up to the CEO to support us to be as efficient as we can. I have kids. I have two daughters. One is 10, another one is 11. And if you see what they are doing at the moment, they are being taught on how to use prompt engineering. The amazing work they are doing in terms of coming up with sophisticated presentation, the coding. What more of us and what we're supposed to do with regards to our workforce? In addition to that, AI is now not a buzzword, but AI is there to revolutionize the way we do work. And indeed, AI is now a leadership issue. It's not a technology-related issue. But the question that we have from the HR point of view is, who is in the best place to drive this change, this culture change in terms of adopting HR? Who is in the best place to drive this change management, as indicated by other speakers? Of course, it's HR. Who is in the best position to drive AI because they sit in between talent and technology? It's HR, of course. Now, who is it that operates at an elevated vintage where we're able to see the entire overview of the operations. It's HR. But again, I must indicate this is not all HR, because most of us are actually respected as doing complicated work. So for you to be respected as a person who is going to supercharge AI, you will need to do more. You will need to step up. You will need to be the first in terms of adopting and utilizing AI in your operations when it comes to recruitment, when it comes to talent, when it comes to many other things that you need to do. When you do that, then you will have a chance to sit on the table and raise your hand and say, this is what we want to do from the skills development when it comes to AI. What we have seen, what we've experienced, and what we are doing to drive AI, for example, in our organization, we've been very clear as an executive team. We are very clear in terms of the mindset that we're driving, the skill set that we need. There are three things that we're driving. So number one is what type of a mindset? I think the other speaker spoke about the mindset that you need, but we are very clear in terms of the mindset we should be driving. What sort of skill set are we driving? What sort of tool sets? We're analyzing our technology and seeing what we're supposed to do with regards to that. And with that, we are in a driving seat to supercharge this change when it comes to skills development and AI. We've been able to set up AI academies. We're able to see where we're heading to, where we need to deploy AI, where we need to create the enthusiasm when it comes to AI. We've adopted champions across the organization. In addition to that, we are very clear in terms of what we want to see as the outcome. So we've built business cases that indicates this is where we are, this is what great is going to look like, and these are the following steps that we need to take to ensure that we're getting the best and the most out of AI. And to do that, we have been able to utilize AI ourselves and demonstrate to the organization with the support of the technology team, with the support of other partners such as our information security, our finance team. We've been very consultative in terms of our deployment of AI, and we are so enthusiastic, and we're seeing that the future is going to be bright because we will be operating at a very, very elevated level in terms of upskilling our people, retaining our people, and ensuring that we are driving performance and we're making our employees shine. Our role is to make our people win, and that's exactly what we're doing, and AI is at the helm of that. Our encouragement to all the HR people in the room is it's time to step up. Happy are those that will use AI because they will be effective and they will drive organization effectiveness, efficiency, and not only that, but also creating the actual real tangible value. And we're already seeing the benefit of that. I rest my case.
Thank you so much. Appreciation for Joseph. Now, because of time, we are not going to pick questions from the audience. I know we are going to be a bit selfish, and that's not good. But tomorrow, I believe we are going to have more time for that. So from me and my panel, thank you so much. Thank you, Giselle. Thank you, gentlemen. Murakoze cyane. One Africa. One Africa. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Hey. Okay. Well delivered indeed. Well delivered. Mkwe, you have represented also very well. Thank you so much for that. Let's appreciate the moderator and the panel. The final presentation of the day, and we'll have time to stretch and also do a bit of shopping and visiting cool places in Kigali. It's a session on creating a sustainable organizational learning culture, leaving no one behind. It's very important. And as we do this, we need to be able to have that in mind. And so I want to take this opportunity to welcome the President and Chairman of the Governing Council, CIPM, of Nigeria, Mr. Ahmed Gobir. Let's appreciate Ahmed Gobir as he comes to deliver this powerful presentation on a very powerful topic. He says he's not coming if you're not clapping proper. Wonderful. Welcome, President. Can I have the roving map? Yes, you can. Let me get it for you. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. While I'm waiting for the roving mic, I want to be like George. I'll be more comfortable at least walking across the podium and talking to you.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipm.nigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join the CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to such membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take this important step today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value through people.
Thank you very much.
Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, CIPM, is the most professional body for human resource management in Nigeria. Established in 1968, CIPM has been making its mark in the HR space ever since, continually setting the standards for excellence in people management. Chartered and empowered by legislation under the Act of Parliament Cap 115 LFN 2004, CIPM is dedicated to promoting excellence and establishing the benchmark for HR practices. With over 20,000 members across the public and private sectors, CIPM operates 30 branches across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones and extends its reach to the United Kingdom and Canada. It also has 5 zonal offices across Nigeria, all focused on advancing HR practices and standards, both locally and internationally. CIPM is not only setting the pace for HR in Nigeria, but is also leading globally. One of CIPM's most significant recent achievements is its mutual recognition of membership with the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, CIPD, in the United Kingdom. This partnership ensures that CIPM certifications are now mutually recognized, offering enhanced professional opportunities for members on an international scale. One of the Institute's most significant events is its annual International Conference and Exhibition, which holds the record as the largest HR event in Africa. Each year, over 2,000 members gather in person and more than 1,000 attend virtually, making it the largest HR conference on the continent. This landmark event brings together HR professionals from across Africa and beyond, setting new benchmarks for knowledge sharing, networking, and leadership in people management. CIPM's vision is clear: to be the institute of choice for people management. Join the CIPM community today and be part of a network that is shaping the future of HR. CIPM, we deliver value through people.
Thank you very much. That was very kind. We are a 56-year-old institute. We operate across Nigeria, the United Kingdom, and Canada. And I'm pleased to inform you all that on the 14th of December, I will be inaugurating our branch in the United States of America. What this does for us is that, like the partnership that we've established with the CIPD, we will be establishing partnership and mutual recognition of certificates with the CPHR and the HRPA in Canada and with SHRIM in the United States of America. What it does for our over 20,000 members is that even though we do not like the idea of talent migrating, because they have become global HR citizens, it is possible for them to migrate and to also access, HR professional jobs, whether in the UK, whether in Canada, whether in America, and across the globe. So that's the CIPM. We're also proud to be major partners with the Rwandan HR Management Organization and the African HR Confederation in hosting this summit. Let me also thank the organizers for inviting me to speak around creating a sustainable organizational learning culture that will leave no one behind. So, like Nosho said in the morning, the SDG goals are targeting 2063. I remember that a few years back we were talking about the SDG 2030 goals. It's just about 6 years now to 2030. I'm hoping that between now and 2063, we will not have left anyone behind. I hope to see you all in 2063. I'll probably be 100 years old, but it would be nice to see everyone here. We will be looking at our learning objectives. We'll try to introduce the topic we're talking about. We will look at embracing inclusivity in learning, building blocks of a sustainable learning ecosystem, leveraging technology for inclusive learning, strategies for ensuring that no one is left behind from today on to 2063 as far as learning is concerned in our respective organizations and in our respective countries. We will try to measure, success, and how do we measure success and learning outcomes. We will also attempt to envision what inclusive learning future should look like. And I do have a short video, which I'll ask that they play just before we draw our conclusions. Of course, we all understand what our learning objectives should be. Understanding the fundamentals of sustaining learning culture, developing strategies for inclusive learning, leveraging technology for accessible education, and attempting to set measurable outcomes, of course, for continuous growth. To create sustainable learning culture, we all appreciate the fact that today, the challenges that we face, of course, in fostering sustainable learning cultures are great in whatever of the organizations, of course, that we work for, or from whatever country we are from. But the charge for us as HR leaders and professionals is that we must build learning ecosystems that drives us beyond just mere training programs, that turn our employees, themselves into people managers who are able to connect, with the goals and the objectives of our respective organizations and are able to deliver on this. We must focus on developing cultures. Cultures, of course, where employees, whether from the entry level to the C-suites, sees learning as a continuous journey, as a shared journey, and a journey, of course, that is accessible to all. We must ensure that although digitalization, like we all had George and Rachel speak about, is rapid, especially as our economies are evolving today, such cultures that we develop must not only drive competitive advantage, but like George said, they must be cultures that are agile. They must also be cultures that are resilient and cultures that support long-term success. Why do we have to focus on the learning culture? One is because this helps us to address skills gaps and, of course, also keeps pace with change. The common saying is, you either learn or you die. The reasons organizations have survived over the years is because leaders and employees in organizations continue to learn new things, of course, which help to drive businesses. We must learn, of course, to keep tab and also keep pace with changes that are happening in the global world, changes that are happening in our local communities, and of course, changes that are happening even in our organizations. To do this, we must learn to, of course, address and close the skills gaps that we have. Learning, of course, also enhances employee engagement and retention. The truth is that every employee who sees an opportunity to grow his knowledge, his or her knowledge, in a workplace is more likely to stay around, even though we all recognize the fact that Gen Zs, like Rachel and I were chatting, no longer want to stay behind, but beyond 1 year, 2 years. But I have found, and practically so, that when you offer learning opportunities, there's a tendency, and there's a likelihood that you are able to even retain some of this. And I'd like to speak from a practical example. When I joined my employers, first, I'm president of the CIPM Nigeria, but I also work for the Dangote Group. When I joined my employers in 2018, I had inherited a graduate trainee program. And I think we had about 31 graduate trainees at the time. In 2019, by the time we were graduating them in 2019, there were about 18 left. As we speak today, there is only one of the 31 left. That, for me, rang a bell. It meant there was something we were not doing well. It is not enough to say they are graduate trainees, we are taking them through a graduate trainee program, and they become either, assistant managers or whatever they become in the business. It is important that we ensure that they understand that there is a career growth path for them, that there are opportunities for them to learn, and there are opportunities for them to grow in the business. So we restrict, the graduate trainee program to include mentoring programs. And then we pair these graduate trainees with very experienced, employees in the business across our group. And by the way, the unit of the business that I work for is Dangote Cement. We are operating in 12 countries in Africa. So today I'm mentoring graduate trainees in Congo, in Zambia, in Tanzania, and in Nigeria. And you have so many people doing that. What that has done for us is that the last set of graduate trainees that we graduated on December 8, 2023, there were 81 of them when they came in, and I'm proud to say that we have 100% retention of the 81 that came in at the time. Today, we have 132 new graduate trainees. In Nigeria alone, we've started the graduate trainee program in Zambia, we've started in Tanzania, we've started in Ethiopia, we've started in Cameroon, in Congo, in Senegal. And every of the graduate trainees that we've recruited are still with us because we're offering, of course, learning opportunities. So, our experience has shown, of course, that providing learning opportunities, of course, enhances employee engagement and employee retention. The third, of course, it also engenders innovation and adaptability. One of the things that we have discovered, again, is the fact that from this set of graduate trainees, a lot of course, most of them are actually Gen Zs, we've been able to harvest so many ideas, so many initiatives that are helping to transform our departments. The last is driving, of course, competitive advantage. Now, why do we need to embrace inclusivity in learning? Embracing inclusivity, of course, like we said, helps with sustaining learning culture, which in itself must be inclusive. More often than not, some particular sets of employees are intentionally left out. I have had a friend who spoke to me about the fact that in the business for which he works, one day he was told by his employers or by, I think his HR director, that he was too old to be trained. And I told him, you should be on your way out of that organization. If they are not ready to provide learning opportunities for you because you are 55 or because you have spent 25 years in HR and somebody thinks you are too old to be trained, then you should be on your way out. Go find that organization that is able to open the doors of learning to you. If we are to ensure true inclusivity, we need to actively, of course, identify and address such biases and such barriers that make it impossible for learning to be inclusive. What are the imperatives of inclusivity in learning? Why do we have to ensure inclusivity? One, of course, is to identify and address barriers, such as the one that I've spoken. It is also to provide access to everyone who works in your organization to access learning opportunities. It is to provide technology as well as education for everyone who works with you. We must learn, of course, to tailor learning experiences to the different needs of our employees. One of the things that I know we all do very well as HR practitioners and professionals is that we do needs assessments, either as an outcome, of our performance appraisals or performance management systems, or even as ad hoc processes. What we do from this talent management, from this performance management appraisals at the end of the day is to identify the skills gaps, that every employee or each employee has, and then how do we help to close these gaps? In identifying the skills gaps of the employees, you also even identify the gaps that may exist in certain departments. And to address these, you provide learning to close these gaps. The third, of course, is empowering everyone, from the executives, like I said earlier on, of course, to the entry-level employees. Do not leave anyone out. Now, building blocks, of course, for sustainable learning. This will include shared values, diverse learning pathways and opportunities for everyone, and of course, accessible resources. And these days, there are so many learning opportunities. I mean, if I were to take a census, everyone here is practically on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn alone, I'm sure you can find 30 to 50,000 learning opportunities and courses that you can take. Businesses now, of course, create LMS modules, learning management systems through which their employees can access learning. We create cultures of learning. In my organization, for every employee, you have to deliver 42 hours of learning every year. It's part of your performance appraisal. It's part of your performance management at the end of the year. And for line managers, your 42 hours, includes your ensuring that all those who report to you, also complete the 42 hours of their learning. So your assessment is not only based on your achieving your 42 hours of learning, it also includes ensuring, that all those who work in your team also achieve the 42 hours, of learning. So to build, learning leadership ecosystem, building a learning ecosystem, we have about 3 components. These components, of course, will include leadership buy-in. I had Rachel speak in the morning talking about what CEOs must do. One of the things that CEOs must do, of course, is to buy into every initiative that is probably introduced or that is brought, of course, to the C-suite or to the CEOs, for their consideration and approval. So you must have leadership buy-in. And to have leadership buy-in, every initiative, including learning initiatives, must be such that at the end of the day, impacts the balance sheet of the organization, the P&L of the organization, and the EBITDA of the organization. No matter how good your strategy is, either for learning or for any initiative at all as an HR director, it remains in the realm of strategies if your C-suite executives do not find that it will impact the balance sheet, of the business. So if you're thinking of getting leadership buy-in for learning, for employees of the organization, you must be able to show what the outcomes of this learning will also do for the business. The second, of course, is learning accessibility. Ensuring, of course, that learning resources are available across the organization and for everyone that is in the organization. This, of course, will include offering mobile-friendly learning options. These days, with the click of the button on your phone, you can access learning opportunities. Does your organization have an app that can help deliver these learning opportunities to you? And are you able to also adapt materials for diverse learning opportunities and for diverse organizations? The third, of course, is customized learning paths. I spoke about the fact that we do need assessment. Need assessments are usually, of course, to determine the outcome of a performance management process or performance appraisal. When we then determine these needs, we then must develop customized learning paths, customized learning opportunities for the employees themselves. So we must recognize that each employee has unique goals, they have unique skills, and of course, they also do have unique challenges. So our learning opportunities must be such that are tailored to develop these pathways for the employee, to enhance their career, and to also enhance their growth in the organization. We must leverage technology to enhance learning. And like we said, and like everyone has said here today, in today's world, digital learning tools play very crucial roles. So for the iPads that we have, the phones that we have, the laptops that we have, all contain various opportunities, of course, for e-learning, for mobile learning, and for AI. And these, of course, we can use to access learning opportunities across various geographies. However, of course, adopting these, like we said, means addressing any digital divide that you may have. Earlier on today, Rachel, George, and everyone that's spoken is spoken about the fact that in the workplace today, in some places you have about 4 generations. In my organization, I know there are about 5 generations, starting with my generation, baby boomers. Sorry, I love to call us Gen B, not baby boomers. You know, starting from the Gen Bs like me, you know, to the Generation X, Generation Y, the Gen Zs, and now the Alpha generation. You know, do you have technological tools that will enable every one of us to access these learning opportunities? Now, what are those strategies that we need to develop? Of course, to ensure that we leave no one behind. One, like I spoke earlier on, is mentorship programs. Establish mentorship systems that pair seasoned employees with those still finding their footing. Peer learning opportunities. It's also possible to peer employees who are peers, you know, so that they can learn from each other. The third, of course, is ensuring that we use flexible formats which offer a mix of learning formats and learning opportunities, whether on-site or off-site, whether online or even through virtual workshops. And the last being well-being and emotional support. For every learning opportunity that we provide, we must also be concerned about the well-being of the employees that we're trying to provide these learning opportunities for. Because, I mean, the question usually is, what is the use of any training, you know, if the employee or employees to whom you have delivered these are not able to use them to improve the organizational, I mean, the business goals or the business objectives. Now, how do we measure learning opportunities? And I'll quickly run through this because my time is up. First, of course, is the engagement and completion rates. We must actively, you know, ensure that employees participate, you know, in every learning program that we try to introduce. We must try to find out whether or not they are engaged in the learning opportunities and whether or not they are even using the materials that they have. We must ensure skill development. We must be able to measure whether employees are gaining the required skills that we need to deliver on those strategies and those objectives, of course, that the business, you know, has set out. Are they improving, you know, in their roles? Are they able to marshal, you know, and support the initiatives, you know, that the business is trying to drive? We must take feedback, you know, from employees. Regular feedback from learners give insights, of course, to the effectiveness and inclusivity of the learning culture that we create. And like I said earlier on, when I was speaking about the example of our graduate trainees, part of what it does, of course, is retention and engagement. Organizations with strong learning cultures see higher retention rates. My organization is a testament to that. I'd like to share this video just for a learning opportunity. Yusuf.
Last week, corporate headquarters promoted Tara, one of your coworkers, to division supervisor. It didn't come as a surprise because Tara always seemed to be on the cutting edge of industry trends. Not only was she proficient in every type of new technology, she extensively knew every customer profile. You're not sure how Tara became such an expert and soared ahead of you. You were both hired at exactly the same time. There's no secret to Tara's success. She decided to take charge of her own destiny by embracing continuous learning in the workplace. Continuous learning involves reviewing your experience and identifying potential areas to increase your knowledge and expand your abilities. To get started, you simply need to make a commitment to learn. To help, here are 4 practices of continuous learning. The first practice of continuous learning is to ask for help. Whether it's asking questions about things you don't understand or asking for advice or feedback, the most important concept is that you always look for answers. Seek out mentors or experienced team members who will help guide you in your quest for knowledge. Again, if you don't know something, ask. Another practice of continuous learning is to step out of your comfort zone. Take advantage of unexpected opportunities to learn. Begin by volunteering for new activities or training programs. Be adventurous by challenging yourself with unfamiliar situations. Maybe even try new ways of completing your everyday tasks. Whatever it takes, try to change up your daily routine. A third practice for continuous learning is to be your own critic. Evaluate your own learning needs. Determine where you may need improvement, creating a learning plan to address those areas. Set your own performance review and assess your own progress. In other words, take charge of your own learning needs and be your own advocate. Finally, a fourth practice of continuous learning is to apply what you've learned. The best way to become proficient at a skill is to practice it. Take what you've learned and apply it to your everyday life. Try thinking of different applications for your newly acquired skill and other areas of your life to which it may apply. You'll continue to maintain your skill level by practicing what you've learned. Continuous learning in the workplace is a vital skill for success. By identifying areas of weakness and challenging yourself with new skills, you'll find yourself changing for the better both personally and professionally.
I'd just like to share my closing thoughts around continuous learning. Building a sustainable learning culture is no small task. It demands commitment, creativity, and courage. But the rewards, of course, are one, resilient, skilled, and cohesive workforce, which of course champions your transformative agenda. As HR professionals, we can together create workplaces where learning isn't a privilege to anyone, but of course is a benefit, but it is a right and a shared responsibility for us all. I therefore charge every one of us here to let us continue to champion learning cultures that leaves no one behind, cultivating a future where every employee, from those in the C-suites to those who are at entry level in our respective organizations, have the opportunity to grow, to thrive, and to contribute, of course, meaningfully to the world. That way, we will leave no one behind in our quest and our journey to Agenda 2063. Thank you very much.
One more round of applause for Chairman and President. Thank you. Thank you so much. I must say that it's been very eventful, fruitful as well. I'm happy I came here today. I'm happy I was part of this. Why are you happy? Did you learn? We've learned a lot. And one of the things I'm taking from here is a good question, is if you found one of your employee using ChatGPT to do any work at the office, is that person getting a warning letter? So we are slowly, there's a warning letter from President. So let's see how we can embrace technology in that sense. Now we are slowly coming down to the curtains to this event, but before we do that, we're going to do the token of appreciation as our final act of today's sessions, and I would like to request the chairperson of the Rwanda Human Resource Management Organization of Rwanda, Mr. Stephen, to join us to hand over plaques to the following. Lilios, please join us. Dr. George, and the panelists, all the panelists from our last panel for the day. And of course, let us also have Mr. Ahmed Gobir joining us to also receive their tokens of appreciation. Please join us on stage. Let's appreciate them, please, as they come. Thank you so much. So we'll start off with Lilios from Irembo. Chair, you can hand over the token appreciation to Lilios. Let's appreciate Lilios, please. Then we'll go to Dr. George. Dr. George. Dr. George. Dr. George? Huh? Dr. George? Let's give to Ahmed. Thank you. Can we have Joseph join us, please, as well, to be appreciated? Let's appreciate Joseph, please, as he comes. Thank you. May I also call Ronald Bosa to also join us? And Giselle Uwase. Giselle? Is Giselle in the room? Now, eh? Is there anybody who can collect for her? Okay, tomorrow. All right. All right, let's smile for the camera, please. There's a camera in front of all of you, so let's smile. Yeah. Thank you. Please hold your trophies, everybody here. It's okay. It's too hot to handle. Very nice. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll deliver a few announcements. Please, let's pay a bit of attention for this. It's very important. So right after this, we will be able to have the Africa HR Confederation General Assembly. It will be taking place at AD10. Please note this down, AD10. The ushers can help you and the organizing team to get to AD10. All the HR association presidents, delegates from the HR associations, boards of directors of AHRC are welcome or requested to participate in this. It's the General Assembly. that will be taking place at AD10 right after this. Please don't miss out on this. Tomorrow morning, the sessions will kick off from 9 a.m. Please let's take note of that so that we are all here on time. In case you haven't received your badge and you still need it, or if you'd been told to pick it later, please check with the registration desk so that you can be facilitated for the same. Then the same tomorrow, I'm told, please come dressed to kill. Yes, there'll be a very interesting session that will be taking place, including group photos and a surprise session. So please come ready for that. I want to take this moment to appreciate all of you for being here since when we started. You've been amazing. You've been patient. Even when we ran a bit out of schedule, you still maintained your composure and focus. So I want you to just give yourselves a round of applause, please. Thank you very much for that level of commitment. I also want to appreciate the sign language interpreters. They've been doing what you're seeing them do on the screen from morning till now. Very great level of commitment, including the simultaneous interpreters. They've been speaking in your ears even when you're not wearing the earphones. They are still speaking even now. And they've been very committed to doing this. The unsung heroes of this forum today, we appreciate all of you. Let's give them a round of applause. And if there was anything that did not go as per your expectation when you traveled all the way to come here, I sincerely want to take this opportunity on behalf of the organizers to sincerely apologize. Yeah? And we will do better. We'll keep improving as we keep going. So I want to say thank you very much for even giving me the energy that you've seen me bring right here. I draw it from you guys. And thank you very much for giving me all that. And I might not be with you tomorrow, but I know that you'll have a great session for the remaining days. And therefore, live from the Africa Human Resources Summit 2024, as always, my name is Eugene Anangwe, signing off. Thank you very much. All the best.
Sanlam is now Sanlam Alliance. Local expertise plus global capabilities. Visit www.rw.sanlamalliance.com.
Great news for HR professionals. CIPM and CIPD UK have formalized a mutual recognition of membership agreement, offering a seamless path to dual membership. As a CIPD member, you can now easily join CIPM, gain international recognition, and expand your professional network. Simply visit cipm.nigeria.org/CIPM-CIPD to apply. If you're a CIPM member looking to join the CIPD, this partnership opens the doors to such membership, enhancing your global careers prospects and providing access to exclusive HR resources. Start your application today at cipd.org/CIPM-agreement. Take advantage of this unique opportunity to boost your HR career and connect with a global community of professionals today. At CIPM, we deliver value through people. Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria is thrilled to announce a major milestone in our commitment to excellence in HR practice. The launch of 2 specialized certification programs in learning and development and performance management. These certifications are designed to help you gain in-depth knowledge, acquire practical skills, and become a leader in your field. Whether you're focused on improving employee growth through learning and development, or you're keen to master the art of performance management, these programs will equip you with strategic insights, innovative approaches, and the tools necessary to drive organizational success. The certifications are structured to offer a blend of theoretical knowledge, real-world applications, and clear, actionable outcomes, ensuring that upon completion, you will be fully prepared to implement what you've learned and make an immediate impact within your organization. To help you get started, you can download the full curriculum directly from our website at cipmnigeria.org. Applications for the certification examinations are now open, so don't miss the opportunity to advance your career and gain globally recognized credentials. Take this important step today with the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, where your future begins. At CIPM, we deliver value through people.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before financial class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Shortlands has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know, how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlands.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlands is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Okay, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlands anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlands is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
We'll surely recommend Shortlands to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is, Shortlands.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make the shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a procurement officer in Evercare. The challenge we're trying to overcome before funding short class is basically for our staff welfareism, to make sure our staffs are safe out there.
It's giving them some bit of safety and security.
Short class has really helped in overcoming those challenges in so many ways. Number one is the safety part of it. You know, how our staffs are there, they are safe and they are also secure. The talent retention is there.
InterSwitch has been able to achieve employee retention with thanks to Shortlast.
You know, when it comes to the staff, our staff welfareism, they've been there also, and we don't have to have our staffs out there. Shortlast is there for us to provide the service needed for our staffs.
Yeah, our employees feel safer, they feel more secured, they can come to the office on time and depart from the office on time and get to their destinations on time as well.
I'm going to recommend Shortlast anytime, anywhere. And the reason why I'm going to recommend Shortlast is because of the quality of service being rendered to us, which has really, you know, improved our staff productivity, and also the customer service is top-notch.
Will surely recommend Shortlast to your organization. Give them a good shot and they will not disappoint you, as the name is Shortlast.
Your employee transition experience matters, which is why we're here to partner with you to make the shuttle to and from work exceptional. Visit our booth to speak to our transport solution experts to learn how we can solve your transport needs. Sign up your company today.
Hello, this is Victor Edema Blanksain, and I work with InterSwitch.
My name is Gladigeshin Busola. I'm a